heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. The soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Hello and welcome back to the Team Gap League, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary friends out there in the Twitchverse. We have an absolute banger coming at you guys tonight. It's the other semi-final for the Gold Spotlight series here. We're going to have Team Exiles going up against the meme team of Dreams. Exiles, of course, in the quarterfinal earlier on this week, were able to take down Team Grey, and every win was a little bit more convincing than the last. They were able to show that they could carry through every single lane. Nighthawk showed a lot of early aggression in the jungle here as well, but they're going to have their work cut out for them tonight against the indomitable Team Green. I am Crewman44, bringing you all the action tonight. Joining me on the cast is Primus Multus. Primus, you ready for some fireworks this evening?
What? I am so ready. My namesake, Team Green, but not going to play favorites. I am good for whoever wins tonight. But Green is the favorite for tonight, so we'll see what transpires. We will be going into draft fairly soon. Blue side going to be Team Exiles, blue on blue, love to see it, and Team Green will be on the red side to start us out. Very excited myself. I got to cast that pink and yellow game, which was a nail biter. I mean, unfortunately, we did have some stream difficulties and we're only able to cast 2 of the 3 games, but it was a very quick 3-0. Team Pink looking really good on their 3rd game, but not enough to come out with a win. So, once again, whoever wins tonight will be playing yellow on Saturday. And don't forget to tune in to see me cast our MVP game on Friday between the MVPs and the casters/exec. But we are into draft.
Excellent.
Starting out the bans on Team Exiles, we have Nocturne and Lux, and an answer from Team Dreams with the Aatrox. I don't know. Does Aaron play a lot of Aatrox?
He does. I've seen him pop off on the Aatrox a time or two. I believe he did bring it out in their series against Team Grey last week as well. So definitely understand that ban. One other champion that I kind of want to bring up here, Primus, I've noticed that the Morgana is actually very high priority for the majority of teams in the league. So I am very curious to see if we see the Fallen Angel addressed early on in the champion select phase here. So we are seeing
so far not banned. Volibear ban coming out from blue, and Sejuani ban coming out for Meme Team of Dreams. So it's going to be Aatrox, Kiana, Sejuani for the first round of bans for green, and Nocturne, Lux, and Volibear for the first round for blue. So we'll see what blue will answer with their first pick. If that Morgana is highly picked, it is very common for supports to be picked in the first round, but instead they go for the jungle, take away any possible carry that Chobi could have with the Xin Zhao. He does have a champion Ocean, so they're probably just trying to put Nighthawk on whatever champion he is most comfortable with. So we'll see what Green will answer on this. I do expect that they'll probably pick a bot lane and jungle, and there's the Ezreal. So do you think they'll pick the Morgana Ezreal for this, or do you think they'll go ahead and pick the jungler?
It's possible, Primus. I don't think Morgana Ezreal is necessarily the strongest bot lane pairing, but the great thing about Morgana, of course, is that the champion is flexible, can be moved into multiple different positions depending on how the draft does go. That Xin Zhao first lock-in for the side of Team Exiles I find very interesting. Nighthawk, as you know, from what I've seen, seems to favor the AP champions in the jungle more often than not. Last week in the quarterfinals, he was pulling out the Morgana, the Diana, things like this, but changing it up a little bit here, going for the Xin Zhao here against the meme team of Dreams. Gonna be interested to see how that pairs out. It's not gonna be the Morgana here, Primus. It's gonna be the Braum paired up with the Ezreal. What do you think about that bot lane for Team Green?
I definitely understand it. I think Green also expected the Poppy to come out. It's been talked about in the league for a little bit, the Poppy support. But so I think they're probably going for more of a safer bot lane. You know, they want to keep this Ezreal healthy for, you know, majority of the early games so he can stack his tier, so he can get to 2 items, you know, finish his Mythic, finish his Mermana. So I definitely understand playing on the safer side and going for the Braum rather than a very engaged support. Morgana could have been a good answer, but yeah, it looks like to answer the Team Blue is going to go for the Varus, so a lot of poke coming out from the AD carries on both sides. So I'm excited to see some slow bot lane play, so we can get some high energy on the other sides of the map. Which Duck getting his legendary Katarina, so we will definitely be seeing some blood spilled in the mid lane. So I'm excited to see that.
Katarina seems a bit dangerous into the Xin Zhao, but we'll see how it goes. And of course, that will most likely be Young Shax's patented Poppy support down there with Mars on the Varus. So it should be interesting going up against the Ezreal Braum, how well that Poppy can do. The Braum passive, of course, is generally very effective against melee opponents. And if, you know, Shax isn't careful, he could find himself locked up there by the Braum. But we do have...
and Ezreal able to proc that Braum passive very easily. Auto Q autos very quick succession of attacks coming out of the Ezreal, so it will be a little bit easier for him to proc the Braum passive. Maybe not so as much as say Illusion, but definitely something to be worried about.
Yep, absolutely. We are looking at the second phase of bans coming through here. Looks like Galio has been banned away from Iroh in the mid lane there, and Hecarim banned away from Chobi in the jungle for Team Green. Keeping up the mid lane focus here. Echo hitting the bench for this one. And looks like it's going to be Viego is the last ban of the second phase. We went through those pretty quickly overall. What do you expect to be locked in here, jungler or top?
I expect the jungler. I think they really want Unstraight to be comfortable here. Aaron being a very good top laner. I think that Chobi pretty comfortable on most junglers. You know, attempting to ban him out with, you know, three jungle picks because Chobi does play the Viego. So I'm expecting a jungle pick here. And there's the, which actually, I mean, that could be flexed to jungle or top. So
yeah.
Do not know, but I'm assuming that's going to be a Trundle in the jungle, but it will depend on what Team Exiles will answer in this last round of picks for them.
This is a very interesting draft that we have here, Primus. I really like that Trundle pick from Team Green. Very creative. Looks like we're going to be going for the Malzahar here. Should have a favorable matchup into the Katarina there in the mid lane, I would have to believe.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Duck got his Katarina, but he did leave a lot up for them to counterpick. A lot of time to think about what they wanted to answer with that. Malzahar very good at locking the Katarina down. I mean, all he has to do is press R, and opens her up for some really good ganks.
Absolutely. And we know that all Xin Zhao needs is a little bit of setup. And he's going to be right in there, getting out all of the DPS. So Set is going to be the last lock-in here for Aaron. And Primus, I will go ahead and remind everybody here that Aaron on the Set is actually the champion that he was piloting in the fourth and final match in the quarterfinals against Team Grey. And do you remember, Primus, by any chance, what the final kill count was at the end of that fourth game?
I actually do not. I do remember it being pretty gross, but
23-2 in favor of the Exiles, and Set, I believe, had 12 of those kills. So Aaron is going to need to be respected up here in top lane, or things could look very, very bad for Team Green, potentially.
Yeah, and I'm assuming they're putting Chobi on the Trundle and Unstraight on this Mordekaiser. So Mordekaiser, I think the Mordekaiser sets can be more of a skill matchup. Mordekaiser still able to farm with his Q, and able to lock down the set if he needs to. Trundle, able to steal the stats from set will be really good. If he is big, then Trundle will be able to have some really good ganks. I'm expecting to see a lot of action in this mid and top lane. I think that's probably where both junglers are going to put their focus. I think the bot lane, they're just going to farm up, poke a little bit. I don't think they'll be much engaging outside of a few jungle ganks. I definitely think that both Chobi and Nighthawk are going to be focusing the top side of the map here.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Trundle could work okay into the set, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a counterpoint here, Primus. So if Aaron does go for the mathematically correct set build, he's actually not going to be getting very many resistances there. It's mostly just health and attack damage that the set is going to be going for. So maybe not the optimal stats for the Trundle to try and take away there. But still could look pretty good if they're able to get numbers and just kind of beat set down when he doesn't have his team around to help.
That is very true. I believe the mathematically correct, it's CDR boots, Hex Drinker, into, I believe, Black Fever, which is all just health and attack damage to get that maximum W damage. So yeah, if he doesn't build resistances, then going to be very problematic for the Trundle. Good old Ross Boomsocks, giving us the mathematically correct builds. Ruined solo queue.
Yeah, ruined solo queue forever. Thanks for that one, Ross. Anyways, yeah, this Katarina, I think, is really going to be a critical factor in determining the level of success of this meme team composition. Katarina, of course, is always going to be a very snowbally champion, one way or the other. And really, I think they're going to need the Katarina to do pretty well here as one of the primary carries if this meme team composition is going to be taking the dub here in our first game, Primus.
Yeah, and so far, looking at the Twitch predictions, very close. Right now, it is 46% for blue and 54% for green. I will go ahead and throw my prediction in there just so we can get a little bit more of a deciding factor. I'll throw a couple thousand points for green here, just since they seem like the favorite. So we'll see if anyone can throw that other 8% in to bring blue to even it out. I want to see some hype for Team Blue, because this is going to be a close game, I think. This draft was very interesting. I think both sides kind of have a different mission on what they want to do, but I think overall this is just going to be a very Team 5 versus 5 fight, all out Duke in the river, and I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, Team Green, of course, narrowly missing out on first place at the end of the regular season there. Those who sit on wards just barely edged it out ahead of them after that last regular season game. They were able to steal away first place, but of course Team Green still is one of our top teams here in the league. They did get that first round bye in playoffs, so this is going to be their first playoff matchup going up against a very hungry team, Exiles. We've got Aaron on his set, we've got Shax on his Poppy support. I think the draft honestly worked out pretty well for both sides, and absolutely I agree, Primus. I think this should be a close match. Looking forward to a banger.
Yeah, and I also have to address probably one of the most fun things about this matchup. Not only is it semifinals, but a lot of these players play together a lot. I've played with both sides of these teams together and mix and match of these players. I've played so many games with either side that these are all friends. This is a rivalry matchup for them. They are both sides are so excited to puff their chests and show who's best, out of the crew. So I'm ecstatic for the results of these games.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting to see. The winner, of course, will be going on to face Team Yellow in the finals, as we already mentioned. A lot on the line here as the loser, of course. Their playoff run will be over. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting here. And game one it looks like we're going to start hit the ground running here, Primus. Both of these compositions probably are going to look to be scrapping pretty early on, especially the side of Team Exiles. So what do you think in terms of early game? Who would you give the edge to here overall?
I would definitely give the edge to Team Exiles. I mean, Xin Zhao, probably one of the best early game junglers, just in terms of his ability to gank, and he has some pretty fast clears. Eternal as well, but I think definitely for sure until some of these champions on the side of green, get some more items, get some more levels. I think at least the early game, the side of Team Blue is just so strong. Especially Set has a very scary level 1 and especially level 2. He's got 2 of his spells. He can just do so much. So I'm excited to see where the junglers will start, which will affect obviously where these junglers gank. But I highly doubt that we will not see level 3 gank from either side.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned early on in the draft, actually, that you anticipated both of those junglers to be prioritizing the top lane, at least early on here. So, but I want to push you a little bit on that. Do you think that we may even see some action before level 3, like at level 1, perhaps, Primus?
I mean, just from my experience, at least with high importance games, I would say the first game is usually when everyone tries to play safe for their level 1s. Try to get some grasp on the game. Kind of warm up. Get your butterflies out. So they'll probably be safe just for this first level 1.
Okay.
I could be very wrong. They could be coming out for blood immediately. I just looking at the champions, I don't think I see really anyone that is just so, I would say, overpowered level 1. I mean, they definitely have some good ones. I don't know. It's just so tough just because I think a lot of these champions just have strong level 2s. Mordekaiser, obviously, going EQ. Ezreal having his arcane shift so he can actually kite and do better. Set able to pull in W or run at you with Q and W. I don't know. It's just tough just because a lot of these champions have just strong level 2s just in terms of abilities that I don't know about the level 1, but I definitely think there's going to be some very quick trades level 2, at least in the lanes.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Well, we're gonna find out very soon here. Only about 30 seconds, I should say, left on the spectator delay.
Yeah, we got 30 minutes, so sorry to get y'all excited, but we're gonna be in draft, and then we're gonna go play a quick solo queue game while we wait.
20 seconds now, actually. But Primus, we talked a little bit about early game now. Would you favor one of these teams significantly once we get more towards the later portions of this one?
Honestly, just looking at the draft, I think both teams have a good mix of late and mid-game carries. That I think it could go either way. I think this all is going to boil down to the early game. But I would say if I had to pick either side, they would just have a better late game. I think I might actually pick Meme Team of Dreams unless Malzahar is able to get a good ultimate on either the Katarina or the Ezreal.
Okay, so going to come down to team fight execution in the late game, most likely.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, both sides just have a lot of good team fighting abilities and scale fairly well. I can't put my finger on it. It's a lot easier to look at the comps and be like, all right, well, I mean, these two teams have obviously very different.
I'm with you, man. It's a close one. It's tough to call this time for sure. I gave you a tough one. That's my bet.
Yeah, see, Monday was super easy because both teams had exactly what they wanted. Pink wanted to play topside carry. Yellow wanted to play bottom side carry. That's what they did for the first 2 games. Like, that was easy. Like, this, I have no idea. And I do mean to say when I said top side of the map, I meant everywhere except for bot, just because I think they'll be on their island, and then the junglers are going to be ganking top and mid consistently, I think.
Okay. Any runes or summoner spell choices jumping out at you yet, Primus? Catching your eye here as maybe a little bit unusual.
I will say is Malzahar usually an airy champion? At least
I think it's definitely viable. I think Comet might be a little bit more common, but I've definitely seen airy before.
Yeah, and Varus with the Hail of Blades. So do you think he's going to be going more for less of the lethality and more of the on-hit Varus.
Well, usually Hail of Blades is the lethality rune. It's a lethal
really?
tempo that you take if you're going on hits.
That's right. Don't worry about me. But yeah, I mean, classic runes from the side of the other side. Ezreal taking the Conqueror and Guardian for Braum. So I expect that. Aftershock for Poppy. Nothing's really jumping out so far. Pretty much expected from each side.
Alrighty, well, looks like we're going to have something a little bit cheeky coming out from Team Exiles here, Primus. We've got 4 members running up towards the top side of the map here, and they're hiding very sneakily, but I think they may have been spotted out by the Trundle. Yeah. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Unstraight Drive by Panda will see them. I doubt that, yeah, he saw them, he's running out. Trundle putting a ward on that river bush, so they will have vision of Young Shax and Iroh coming back to their blue side jungle. So nothing fishy coming out. I knew at least one team would be playing safe. I didn't expect, at least for the first game, to see any shenanigans happening level 1.
It looked pretty exciting for a second there, but yes, the tension did dissolve there in the topside river. Just a ward placed down, and everybody walks away. Looks like it's
really good by Panda to have, get a little further out from the tri-brush to be able to see, Team Blue come around that corner. If he had sat in the tri-brush, I think he wouldn't have as much time to react to Team Blue coming at him.
That's true. Regardless, Mordekaiser doing a good job staying alive there. Oh, we got the delayed invade. Mercurial Mars eating the Winter's Bite, getting ignited actually already. Braum so strong at that level 1, getting the passive proc on multiple members. The red buff still leashed here. It's gonna be a Trundle that gets it. Chobi collects the red buff, and now Nighthawk stunned up, taken down. First blood for Manjuice.
Yeah, I was totally not. I was watching the top lane. It's like, wait, where'd the Trundle go? I thought, is he not going to start his standard, red or blue? And then as I see Trundle not on either, not on his jungle as well, I was like, oh, blue, they're coming for you. And really well executed by the side of green, getting the Braum passive on the Xin Zhao. Chobi able to outsmite the Xin and take that red away from Nighthawk. Very bad start for blue so far.
Mordekaiser also getting the level 2 over the set here, just wailing on Aaron up there in top lane. Top jungle for the Exiles, already extremely far behind here, 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, Primus.
Yeah, like I said, I assumed it, especially for this top side. Both Set and Mordekaiser have that really good level 2, and luckily for Panda, he was able to hit the level 2 just before Aaron did. Watching the minions, and as soon as he hit level 2, landing the E on Set, the EQ combo, and able to proc his passive on that first auto afterwards. So really unfortunate for Aaron to not be able to hit that level 2 before Panda, but really, really well played by Drive by Panda.
Absolutely, and look at this in the jungle here. Trundle has just finished his 4th camp, and Xin is just starting his 3rd. And Trundle with more to farm as well. So Chobi going to be very far ahead of Nighthawk here for the first few minutes of this one. As Scuttle Crabs are alive, both junglers just continuing to farm for now.
Yeah, Chobi flexing his MVP pick in the jungle. We actually have multiple MVPs on this team, I believe. Both Duckmark and Chobi making MVP for the season, so definitely why I think that Chobi is going to try and get this Katarina fed. This is Duckmark's most comfortable champion, so I definitely foresee Chobi using this lead to try and sway Iroh from killing this Katarina.
Absolutely. So watching out for that mid jungle of the meme team of Dreams here on the side of Team Green. That is most likely where they're going to be trying to play through. Shax on Poppy, Aaron on the set are going to be needing to hold their own here off on the sides. They want to try and come out on top in this one. Just the 1 kill to none so far. Only about a 500 gold lead, all things considered. Chobi hanging around top lane right now. Aaron getting pulled back. Gonna get hit by the mace here as well. Trundle not in range to drop the pillar, though. Aaron's gonna be safe for now.
Yeah. Drive by Panda probably gonna try and freeze this wave closer to his tower. I would have waited maybe a few more seconds, because I believe that wave was... there were more blue minions. I believe it was going to be slow pushing closer to tower. Aaron did have a ward in the river bush, so he would have seen Chobi earlier, but still great by Drive by Panda to still have a very good trade regardless.
Yeah, he is really making Aaron sweat for every single one of these minions. You see him just landing those combos on the Mordekaiser over and over. Just needs 3 hits to get that passive off. There it is again. Here's the set with the Haymaker, but Mordekaiser also has his own shield. Set with a level advantage. Definitely doing some serious damage there. Pretty even trade this time around.
Yeah, I don't think Panda was expecting all that damage to come out from set. Probably getting a little too comfortable. Been a little, had too many good trades that he didn't expect one to go against his favor. I would have maybe procced his shield earlier. Especially when the set debut came out. Although it does do true damage, so I think he was just waiting for the Conqueror to proc. But really good trade by both top laners. So, some tomfoolery happening in the middle lane with Duck doing his best to try and get as much damage on this Malzahar before he hits level 6.
Smite is good from Chobi there. Meme Team of Dreams able to pick up. Oh, that's a flash, a face breaker from Aaron. Drive by Panda in a lot of trouble. He has Showstopper back as well. That is the top jungle, not of Team Green, but of the Team Blue. The Exiles top jungle, making it happen so far in this one.
Yeah, as expected, top lane is going to be very bloody. I expected both junglers to try and prioritize this lane. Aaron being one of the best top laners in this league, and a lot safer on this bot side. And Katarina probably not as strong until she hit level 6, so I really expected a lot of this early game pressure to come to the top lane. But set, Aaron throwing it back onto Drive by Panda. Panda hitting that level 2 first and throwing a lot of damage onto the set. Set hitting level 6 first and getting Xin Zhao. Very unfortunate. Panda not able to isolate one of his targets.
And Panda knew too. He knew that his team was on the other side of the map taking Dragon. He knew that he was on the weak side, but not playing respectfully enough to where the Xin Zhao could be. Just kind of gets dunked down there by the set. Nicely played by Nighthawk and Aaron, but it was a trade for the Dragon going over to Team Green on the other side of the map.
Right, and definitely very greedy. Pink ward coming from Aaron in that river, so Panda did not have. Not only did he know that his team was taking Dragon, but he had no vision on this river whatsoever.
And now Trundle is making his way up there. He wants to try and maybe get a kill of his own. The Mordekaiser ultimate has already been cast. Aaron doesn't really have an easy way out of this one. Gonna go for the face breaker Haymaker, but the Obliterate is gonna be enough to secure that kill. Drive-by Panda gets his revenge.
Yeah, return kill right back onto the set. Kill going to the Mordekaiser, as opposed to the previous fight where Zen did get the kill onto Drive by Panda. So, Newman, as expected, I'd love to see all these ganks.
Topside action.
Looks like Chobi's just going to take some camps away from Nighthawk. Nighthawk returning the favor and taking Chobi's blue. But Chobi already with a level advantage on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to stem from that early game, right? When Trundle invaded and took away the red buff and the chickens from the Xin Zhao. And, Nighthawk's been behind ever since. He did have that nice looking top lane, but that invade will be matched by Chobi on the opposite side of the map. Both junglers hovering around mid now, as Aaron getting some very good damage down, but Mordekaiser, I think, was on a reset timing anyways.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the item difference, Mordekaiser only with the steel-plated boots, set with the Iron Whip. Obviously, you're going to have a lot better trades at the moment until Drive by Panda is able to back and get some more damage.
Yeah, absolutely right here. Both junglers currently on the top side, and Shelly is alive. She's been alive for about a minute. Nobody making a move. As the Chain of Corruption does come out here, it connects onto Matcha. The Poppy charge does not get the stun. Poppy down to about 50% HP now. Matcha at a similar level. That's some skill shots connecting onto Mars. Manju's getting some good damage down here, but here comes Malzahar, and he has the ultimate available, and there's the flash charge coming out from Shaxx, and the Malzahar ultimate is going to be more than enough to secure that kill onto the Ezreal. It's going to be Varus who picks up the last hit. Meanwhile, top lane, the Showstopper, Aaron trying to fight his way out of a 1v2, going for the Haymaker, forces the flash out of Mordekaiser, but he will end up going down. Nighthawk has arrived to the play, but he is finding himself in a 1v2 now, and that is not going to work out. He's almost able to get a trade kill onto Chobi, gets the Trundle down to about one hit, but will end up sacrificing himself as well. A kill picked up in the bottom lane, but two traded back by Team Green up on top side.
Yeah, and now Dragon is not up, but like you said, Scully, the Rift Herald, is up. Both, Panda deciding to back. Could have possibly gone for the Rift Herald, but I think they'll just decide to farm and get an early back instead.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Personally, I would have liked to see them go for the objective, considering you killed both the top laner and the jungler, and they should have known that Aaron also did not have the teleport available. So, seems like the Herald was probably pretty free there, but they decided not to go for it. And we'll see if they can make something else happen instead. Plates are still alive for about 3.5 minutes here. So if they want to pick up that gold, they're gonna need to pick up Herald sometime before then. Dragon is also spawning here, though. Primus, do you expect a fight for that Infernal? Oh, Katarina.
I was actually going to point out. Just kidding, as Xin Zhao's coming in for the Katarina.
He's going in, yeah, but Duckmark flashing away. Both summoners down there on the Katarina. That might affect any potential dragon fight here.
Yeah, it's possible. I did notice, the bot lane shoving pretty heavily into the bottom tower. Duckmark doing his best to shove in that mid wave. They were going for the wave priority so that they could take this dragon. Instead of going for the Rift Herald, Chobi decided to back, clear Gromp, and take as much of Dragon Pit control as they could. They are going for 4 dragons now that they have their second already.
Absolutely. The couple of dragons uncontested here for the side of Team Green. They were able to pick that one up no problem. They had numbers in the area because Iroh did have to go back to base. So 2-0, and Dragon's going to be a Cloud Soul this game, Primus. How do you think a potential Cloud Soul would look on the side of Team Green here?
In Team Green, I don't think it will be as effective compared to the side of Blue. I don't think some of their ultimates are...
Chain of Corruption coming out here. Connected that one onto the Ezreal, but Braum jumping in front to provide that protection for his marksman player. But Braum now in the middle of 3 players. I don't think all the stuns in the world are going to save you that time, Matcha, as he does end up going down. 3-4 now. Pretty close one so far.
Yeah, I mean... Like I said, this is going to be a very bloody game, but I think, especially with the Malzahar ultimate, that's going to be so paramount in the late game to lock down these carries, especially the Katarina. You want to stop her from jumping around and getting to your backline. I think that'll be very important for them. But, like you saw, that Ezreal does hurt. And especially, Mordekaiser doing the exact opposite, able to lock down, isolate a different target. Especially when Green is going to be going for these dragons. If... once that Cloud Soul comes up, Mordekaiser won't be able to have that ultimate up so that they can steal that Elder Dragon or that Baron later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the most annoying things about playing against Mordekaiser as a jungler, is when he can just press R on you and prevent you from collecting your rightful objectives. It's very, very annoying. And that is exactly what Drive-By Panda is going to be looking for here as we progress later on into the game, as you rightly say there, Primus. And yeah, that Malzahar ultimate absolutely is going to be something to watch for. I think we might as well rename it to the Katarina isn't allowed to do anything ability. It's catchy, right?
Katarina Bane, exactly. Hate to see it. I mean, as well, depending on the positioning of Prince Manjuice.
Okay.
Ezreal later in the game still very strong, so he could still use that on Ezreal or potentially Trundle to save one of his carries. Because Varus loves to sit in the back line. He does not want to be in the front line. He doesn't want to be anywhere near that Katarina or that Ezreal or Trundle. So Malzahar can still use that ultimate defensively against someone that is trying to kill his carries as well.
Yeah, look at this. Iroh, another trip down here to the bottom lane. He is just consistently roaming down here, shoving in those mid waves and just walking through his own jungle down towards bottom side. Not able to find anything this time. So he will just
trying to wait in the wings just in case. Looks like he's still sticking around and potentially going for a bottom lane gank.
Yeah, we got a 3v2 situation. Nice chain of corruption from Mars and a better hammer from Shax to completely disengage from that one. Nicely played by the Poppy support. Aaron going for the haymaker up here, but getting slapped around by Mordekaiser still. As of course, Mordekaiser was able to pick up that kill a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, that's why Blue put... there's a lot of talk in the league about young Shax Poppy getting 3 people out in bot lane gank. That was chef's kiss.
He
That
plays
is what
it,
every AD carry wants to see every game.
Yeah, I mean, Shaxx plays the Poppy quite often. It doesn't really seem like anybody respects it enough to ban it away from him. Or maybe they just feel like there are other more pressing bans that are necessary against Team Exiles. But yeah, Shaxx on the Poppy is always something to be feared and respected in my mind.
Who knows? They could have just handshaked him like, all right, we'll give you the Poppy. Just let Duck play the Katarina, and we'll call it a day. make a banger of a first game. Who knows? But I am so excited. I do think these kill numbers are going to progressively go up as we get into the game. It's very possible we get close to 1 kills or so a minute.
Oh, the true shot barrage forces the heal out of Mars there. Almost able to pick up a solo kill was Manjuice. Landed a lot of those skill shots, but Mars is just able to keep himself alive with the assistance of that summoner spell. As we're looking at a potential fight up here towards mid lane. But Trundle will see Shaxx in the area, realize he's outnumbered. Back off for now. Flash forward! Prince Manjuice almost found it there. Forces the flash response out of Mars, who is once again able to keep himself alive. But once again, it will cost him a summoner.
Yeah, which the flash way more important for the Varus. He does not have any escapes. He does not have the arcane shift like Ezreal has. So Prince going flash for slash actually definitely heavily favors him at the moment. Which might be able to just give them this dragon priority now that they have, Varus forced it back, so they will just go ahead and take this dragon, and they will be on soul point for this Cloud Soul if they take it.
Absolutely right, Primus. Chobi went ahead and dropped Herald number 2 into the mid lane just to create some additional pressure, some additional priority for the squad there as they move over towards the objective. They are going to put themselves on soul pointers. We're looking at a 1v1 in the top side. That's a nice obliterate, get some damage down. The Mordekaiser ultimate has been committed. The Haymaker cannot come out, and Drive by Panda just slams Aaron into the ground in a 1v1 in top lane.
Yeah, I actually saw what. Was Aaron just holding on to his W? He was at max crit for a while. I don't know if it was on cooldown or what, but for about 5 seconds he was at max grit, not using it. It might have been on cooldown, but
it's possible. Yeah.
Panda also playing really well to play close to the set, so he only has
flashing over the wall is Chobi right now, going very aggressive onto Mars, and he is just beating down this Varus. Manjuice will be able to pick up the kill with a long-range true shot barrage there, but that was all Chobi. Make no mistake.
Yeah, Eric, previously a top laner, now playing AD carry for the side of green, flexing his predictability. All right, I guess you can ult me out, but I will land every ultimate on you. You just watch.
Yeah, Shaxx has work done in bottom lane for now. He's now moved towards mid, but Katarina's under her tower. He's not presenting a very viable target at the moment. Aaron getting the stun here, but I don't think he's going to be able to find too much, as a nice Death's Grasp will scooch him away. Nighthawk is here, though. He's going to be able to get the knock up here. That's a flash from Panda. Has already been committed.
Flash.
But
just going to walk out.
The chase cannot continue. Yeah. That was good. At least they got the flash with a Mordekaiser, so that was worthwhile from Nighthawk, as jumping in now is Duckmark.
Yeah, which they didn't have vision on that Tribrush, so I think Nighthawk had a seeping suspicion that Trundle might have been waiting in the wings, which he was at the, he was in that side of the map. He was only a little bit away, so Trundle able to answer.
That's a flash nether grasp from Malzahar. Dunkmark with a flash response, getting himself under tower. He is able to survive here, but Braum is in there now with the Glacial Fissure. We got some teleports coming down here, Primus. It's a big old 4v4 in the mid lane. Mordekaiser teleporting into the play, has ulted onto the set. Aaron now in the middle of all of these Team Green members. When does he come out of the Mordekaiser? He's still alive, flashing away, stays alive. No casualties just yet in this fight. Braum jumping forward, putting up the Unbreakable now. Iroh stepping forward. There's a Death's Grasp, pulls back the Varus. There's no follow-up just yet. Very, very tense fight in the mid lane here. Nobody has gone down.
Katarina Bane not able to lock down Duckmark. That was 3 people on him. There was a Poppy and a Malzahar ult, and Duck's still able to get away. I guess that's why you don't give this man Katarina.
Yeah,
you press every single ultimate on him, and he will still get out. Incredible play by Duck. An incredible return fight by Green, able to answer all the aggression that came out from Blue. It's like, all right, you just burned one of your most important ultimates. I guess now it's our turn.
Yeah, okay, Aaron, Showstopper back into the tower now with Man Juice. I don't know when the Ezreal's Arcane Shift is back up, but Aaron is betting on not soon enough, and he's gonna get that kill. He doesn't even need the Haymaker. The fists are enough to do the work. Man Juice going down for the second time this game.
Yeah, questionable positioning by Prince. I think he was a little too far in lane with, you know, no support around him, no backup to provide any answer. They did have a good amount of vision in the river, but not respecting the set damage.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have Drive-By Panda picking up that top lane tier 1. It's a nice chain of corruption. Dunkmark is still in there, though, but a nice interrupt from Shaxx prevents that Katarina Beyblade from getting out more damage onto Mars, but Poppy will fall. Meanwhile, in top lane, Drive-By Panda in a 1v3, able to trade one back. That is absolutely huge play, and that was after he got the tower as well. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they're pushing down mid lane. Looks like mid-tier 1 is gone, and mid-tier 2 under fire from the Rift Herald here, and Cloud Soul spawning in less than a minute.
Yep, she popped on the tower, taking one tower and most of that mid-tower. And Blue did not get any objectives from that. They sent so many members to kill the Mordekaiser, but they don't get anything out of it besides that Mordekaiser kill, whereas Green getting a lot more out of it, and now going to have the priority on this dragon that will be spawning soon. Once again, going for the objectives. Really good for Green, even though they are only up 3 kills at the moment and 3 towers, but they have so far, actually, you know, 3 towers is 0 now they see it. So they are definitely winning in this objective game, which is why they are now up 4,000 gold.
Absolutely right, Primus. It doesn't really feel, or rather it does feel like this game is still very close, as, you know, the KDAs across the board are still relatively low. We haven't had that many casualties on either side as the fight may be breaking out here. Aaron going to be safer now, but the objective control of Team Green has just been completely dominant over Team Blue here, as Aaron is getting pulled back, gonna get knocked up by the pillar now. Aaron down to about 50% on the set. Here comes True Shot Barrage, is gonna get a little bit mitigated by the Haymaker, but Aaron's still going down at the start of this one. The Poppy ultimate will knock away the Mordekaiser, but the fight still going the way of Team Green. Manju's dashing forward now with the shift, gets the stun onto the Poppy. Death Stress now gets plenty of damage. Iroh is going to be going down now here as well. 2 unanswered to the side of Team Green, and they are now going to be able to pick up Cloud Soul for themselves. The objective stacking is not stopping as Nighthawk going in, trying for some heroics here, but it's not going to happen. He only gets a kill onto the enemy support, sacrifices himself, and only is able to watch as Cloud Soul is claimed by the opponents.
That was a very good effort by Nighthawk, but not able to capitalize on the surprise from Green. So Nighthawk not able to get that. Green Soul getting their Cloud Soul. Nighthawk had to do it. You can't just give away Soul. You gotta try something, which I think was a very good effort. He did a lot of, you know, classic Zen doing a lot of quick damage. I thought he was gonna.
Yeah, he had the Gore Drinker there as well.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good engage. And I don't mind focusing the Braum just because he was so low. You know, you're just trying to finish him off like really, really quickly and then maybe turn on to somebody else. But just the Xin Zhao by himself was not nearly enough there after his team had already lost the fight. And it's looking like this game is going all kinds of Team Green directions here, Primus. If Team Exiles want to come back in this one, how do you think they should go about it?
I definitely think the Katarina Bane is not going to be enough at this point. Katarina is now not the main carry for this game. Now that main carry for this game is going to be Prince Manjuice. If you saw him during that dragon fight, he landed every single Q, if I saw correctly. And he landed
a lot of
he landed his ultimate on all 4 members. 5, I believe, if Set was not in the Mordekaiser ult. I do not remember if he was outside of it when that landed, but Prince able to get the Ezreal ult on every single member of the side of Blue and landing every single Q, every single skill shot. That was disgusting. I would love to see the damage charts for that fight and how much Prince was able to do.
Okay, so we definitely got to mark Manjuice here. He's doing so much in these fights. As Panda getting engaged on a little bit here by Aaron. The Mordekaiser ultimate is coming down now, as the Showstopper will be used to counteract, but it's not going to be enough to keep Aaron alive, as he will go down inside the Mordekaiser ultimate. But Shaxx on the Poppy is trying to do his best to carry here. He gets a shutdown onto the enemy top laner. But look at this, Primus. not to be outdone, Team Green going to continue their flawless objective control in Game 1 here and pick up a nice 24-minute Baron for themselves.
This is why Chobi got the MVP from the season. He is probably one of the best junglers in the league when it comes to shot calling and getting every single objective they can. Very, 23, 24-minute Cloud Soul, 25-minute Baron right after. They are very strong right now. And Drive by Panda, the Mordekaiser, able to occupy 3 members while, Green's just able to sneak away. Not even sneak away. They had the Scuttle in the top river, so they had full vision of the Baron, but they were unable to do anything about it. All the members being bot lane to deal with this very fed Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and I think we absolutely can give credit to Drive by Panda for playing the side lane very well here. But at the same time here, Primus, Mordekaiser's greatest strength is being able to outplay scenarios in which he is outnumbered. Being able to access that Shaxx flashing forward, getting the charge into the wall here, but the entire team of Team Green is here for the counter engage. Aaron going for the haymaker, but it's more just like a little bit of a tickle onto the enemy team as Nighthawk going with the Crescent Guard here, trying to disengage this one. Duckmark flashing in, but getting charged right into the wall by Shaxx on the Poppy. Braum will be the next to fall here. Mandrew's now getting knocked up, forced to Arcane Shift away. Chovy trying to run some interference for the AD carry here, but he's getting jumped on. Forced to flash away now is the Trundle. Team Exiles now with the numbers advantage in this fight, but Panda is here. He's teleported into the play. Mandrew's landing some more skill shots, picks up another kill. It's a 3v3 now on the map. There's charging up an arrow, letting that one fly. Good damage onto Chobi. Baron still available for these 3 Team Green members.
Yeah, that was very weird because Drive by Panda, he had teleport that entire fight. Even recalling from the bot lane, he still went top. He got to that tier 2 top tower before even thinking about teleporting. Looking at the vision on where that fight took place, I don't think he had anywhere to teleport to. Very hectic fight. He was probably calling for a ward that was not there. So unfortunate that he wasn't able to join the fight until the very end. I think that would have definitely made Green only lose probably 1 member instead of they lose 2 or 3 that. I believe they lost 2 that fight.
Well, it was 2 for 2 in the extended fight.
Right. I think that would have been a lot more Green favored if the Mordekaiser was able to join the fight, but very late TP coming out from Drive by Panda.
Yeah, but it was enough to pick up at least that 1 additional kill in the end to make it an even one. But yeah, and I think, I'm not actually sure, but where was he before the teleport? Was he just respawning?
He was bot lane.
Oh, he was bot lane.
I think he was still clearing waves, and then he recalled and went top to the top tier 1 tower. Started walking down, probably screaming, throw down a ward, I can TP, and then finally TPing to that, he teleported to that pink ward in the river there, where Ezra is.
Alright, well, we're gonna have another fight on our hands soon here, Primus. 30 seconds on Elder Dragon. Looks like Team Exiles prioritizing pushing in that mid lane for now, but Meme Team of Dreams have full control over this river. With a couple of nicely placed control wards, as well as one in the pit. And priority over the river for now.
Newman, this is nothing new for this game. That Green has had control of this pit for the entire game. I think there was only one moment where Team Blue had the full control of the dragon, which they obviously didn't end up taking it. So
Aaron was walking in here. Here comes the Glacial Fissure. Braum to disengage, slows down the entirety of Team Exiles, and Set just gets cleaned up before he can even do anything. Shaxx is in there now, but he is just fodder for the Mordekaiser. It's actually going to be Mandrews who picks up that last kill, and this is eerily similar to how that last dragon fight started here, Primus. 2 kills unanswered to the side of Team Green. They're going to be able to pick up this dragon on the back end of that one, and Nighthawk not going to be going for the steal this time, although arguably I think maybe this one is, you probably should go for, but...
I don't think he could anyways. The Mordekaiser would probably just press R immediately. Still has ultimate at the moment, so I think they knew that. There was no Mordekaiser ult that went out. A lot of miscommunication coming from Blue. Obviously, they were zoned out by the Pillar, by the Braum ult.
Yeah.
Braum passive. There was so much disengage coming from the side of Green. And then they just followed up with so much damage. And then Young Shaxx trying to play the superhero kind of 1v4 as support poppies, and while his team was disengaging, I'm assuming he was just trying to play the sacrificial lamb in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to follow up. Him and Aaron were walking forward. They were trying to get off and engage, but the Braum ultimate, the Trundle pillar, like you said, the slows, the disengage was just way too strong from Team Green. And the frontliners for Team Exiles were dead at the hands of Ezreal before they even got close enough to punch anybody. So that was just... Fight was basically over before it started due to some excellent positioning from the side of Team Green. And now still holding onto this Elder buff for a few more seconds. They're going to claim this top lane tier 2. Continuing to push forward. Maybe even looking for another tier 3 tower here, Primus.
Yeah, that Ezreal damage is just disgusting, Newman. I mean, Set was at least at, 1/8 HP, which, for Set is probably, 800, or so health. And Ezreal hits 1 Q and kills him immediately.
Yeah, my game did freeze
to see
for a second there. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna jump back up here. Oh, we've got a fight breaking out in top lane. Aaron with the showstopper is going to pick up Drive-By Panda, but we've seen this before, Primus.
Yeah, I'm getting some deja vu.
Panda getting traded for another Baron. And Inhibitor has already been claimed in addition to that Cloud Soul. I'm thinking that this second Baron should be all that they need.
They know they're sacrificing the Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Now make sure we're still at the same time here, Primus. I'm at 31, 13, 14, 15.
I will pause for a second then.
Sorry, my game froze a couple of times there.
No worries. I'm at 31:20 now. Totally fine. We will be just a few seconds behind from the actual game, but still on a 3-minute delay for spectators regardless. So the players are still playing just as they should. So no delay for them.
Right. Correct.
But yeah, Newman, you asked me earlier. Now the gold lead has gotten to 10,000. Do you think there's any way that Blue is able to come back from this now than they were earlier?
Well,
about that.
Somebody on the enemy team could have a stroke, potentially. That's not something you can really hope for. But that would be one way that they could win, I guess. Kind of. As we're going for the fight now. True Shot Barrage. The Showstopper is way too little, way too late. As Aaron once again will get blown up at the start of this one. The Chain of Corruption does come out and does connect onto the Braum. But this fight is still going all the way for Team Green. They got disengaged. Guess what else they got? They got some engage here as Chobi's running underneath the tower. Duckmark picking himself up a double kill. Going for Nighthawk, making a triple. As Duckmark on his patented Katarina picks up the triple kill in the last team fight. They're going to be focusing down the Nexus here as well. Game 1 going over to the meme team.
Yeah, I will say I gave Prince Manjuice too much credit. He did miss an ult that hit 0 people. Other than that, impeccable fight by Green. That was beautiful. They locked down their opponents so well in that last fight. Using those empowered Baron minions to their advantage, pushing down that bot lane. I will say Blue, that was what they needed to do. They needed to try and get one last fight to see if they could pick off any Green members. Otherwise, they would have just slowly bled and lost the game regardless. So, really good decision by them to just go for one last fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you just let meme team siege your remaining tier 3 towers with Baron, yeah, I mean, they're just the exact same thing would have happened, but a little bit later on. So yeah, I definitely respect trying to go for the fight. Maybe at a time when Team Green wasn't really expecting it, but of course it did not work out for them over there on the side of the Exiles. They are down 0-1 here in match score. It is a best of 5 though, so they still have plenty of time to come back here, Primus.
Yeah, and, once again, Green taking the win, so we see some channel points being sent out to our Twitch viewers. I believe when the vote ended, it was 76% Green, 24% Blue. So not a big payout, but still, you will get, I believe, a 1 to 1.2 payout. So great job by Green. As expected, really bloody top lane. I kind of expected that in the early game. Bot lane kind of just farming and poking and just trying to wait each other out. I will say there were a lot more really good ganks coming from the side of Nighthawk on the bot lane. and then it was back and forth between the junglers and the top laners on the top side. But really good play by Blue, I think, in the beginning, outside of objective control, I think.
Yeah, Ezreal, top in the damage charts. Duckmark did look pretty flashy there at the end of the game on the Katarina, but his damage couldn't hold a candle to what Ezreal was doing in that game. Mordekaiser, of course, taking second place, which does tend to happen when you're fighting off 4 enemy players by yourself over and over again.
Right, and especially with the the wide range of, or I guess the width of how many people he can hit with his Q. His really only big damage ability can hit 3 targets if he can, and using that to his advantage, especially when he's got 3 people on him. And I have played a lot of top Mordekaiser myself, and one of my favorite things is you have so much. Obviously build some Omnivamp, have some fat shields. You can outlast a lot of champions, especially once you get later into the game and you get more items, especially with Riftmaker, the Omnivamp, and the Morellonomicon, so that the other members are not able to out-heal you. So really good, I think really good item choice by Drive-By Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. Some superb weak side top laning by Panda there. Some excellent carry work done by the Man Juice in the bottom lane, and absolutely flawless objective control on display by Chobi here in the jungle. We're going to look to see if Team Exiles can turn it around in game number 2. But before that, I think we're going to go to a short little break here, guys, while the teams do recoup and prepare for the second game here. So I think I'll toss to some tunes just for a few minutes here, and we're going to be right back with some more League of Legends action. Hello, everybody. We are back. Still getting game 2 set up here, but should have that one ready to go pretty shortly for you. But Primus, do you think we should expect significant changes in the champion select phase here for game number 2?
Prince Manjus is not getting that Ezreal. I mean, you saw those damage charts. They will either ban the Mordekaiser or the Ezreal from blue. They won't want to see it. They might leave the Katarina up again. For how much Duck loves his Katarina, I don't know if it had as much of an impact as the Ezreal Mordekaiser. So they might leave that up again. Let me look at the bans from the last game.
Right.
So they did spend 3 to possibly 4 bans against Chobi. The Volibear pick, probably more of a top lane ban, but the Viego, Heckerman, Nocturne bans coming for Chobi, which maybe not the best decision. Having played a lot with Chobi, he has a champion Ocean rather than champion pool. That man will pick whatever jungler he's able to play. He does not care whatsoever what he's playing as long as there is a champion open for him to pick. So we'll probably see some of those jungle bans be switched over to either the Ezreal or the Mordekaiser or both. I think it was a really good pick for them. Green able to play more for the top side, get that Mordekaiser fed, and let Prince Manjus just sit and farm up his tier, and then come back in the mid and late game and wreck shop and do that disgusting damage he did in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be something that Team Exiles is going to be looking to avoid, of course. Allowing Manjus to do absurd amounts of damage is not something that they think sounds very fun. So, we'll see if an adaptation in the draft phase can try and suppress that meme team marksman, who, as you rightly said, was doing a whole lot there in game number 1.
Right. I will say, Kerman, do you have lobby chat? Because I do not.
Access to what? Sorry?
The lobby chat for the game, because...
I appear to have access. Nobody has said anything.
Well, we will probably be getting this draft started soon, once both teams are ready, but looks like we'll be waiting a little bit, but draft should be starting shortly.
Did you get the draft links out to the teams there, Primus?
Yes, all the teams have their draft links, and we are able to spectate it. I think we're just waiting on a few players to return from break, but we'll be started shortly to hopefully see another bang of a game. I mean, every fight was just so close up until probably, about 25 minutes once Green was able to get that final Cloud Soul. But, neck and neck for a lot of the fights. Obviously, it came down to objective control in that game. So we will see if Blue is able to improve on that, because I'm pretty sure that's all that won them the game. They had some really, really good ganks top lane, able to capitalize on Mordekaiser with no vision. They tried to gank Katarina only a couple times, and I think about it. I don't think they utilized that Katarina Bane, the Malzahar ultimate, as much as they should have. They waited until, I think the first one I saw that was, I guess, really impactful was that mid lane.
The 3-man.
The 3-man. Katarina's level 12 at that point. Yeah, I think the Katarina was just too big at that point. I think you got to use the Malzahar ult a lot earlier on the Katarina, which I guess Duck just able to play safe enough until those mid to late game fights, not trying to poke the bear that is the Malzahar.
Yeah,
but draft has been underway.
Yes.
So very quickly, I will read the first round of bans for either side. So Meme Team of Dreams coming out with another the exact same bans as last time: Aatrox, Kiana, and Sejuani. Team Exile not banning the Ezreal. They decided to do the same bans as well with the Nocturne, Lux, and instead of, I believe, Volibear, they banned the Xin Zhao,
Interesting.
who Hawk played last game. So,
well,
I'm a little confused on that one.
The Volibear was banned in the previous game by the side of Team Exiles, I do believe. So they left
so
that one.
Instead of the Xin Zhao, they decided to ban, or instead of the Volibear, they decided to ban the Xin Zhao and pick the Volley Bear.
I guess that might have...
Leaving up the Ezreal. They left up the Ezreal for first pick from Meme Team of Dreams. So Prince, once again, on this Ezreal, which maybe this game, instead of high priority on the top lane, Team Exile might see... we might have goofed a little bit last game, leaving that Ezreal to farm. We might have to gank him even more than they did last time, which, there was actually quite a few Trenel ganks on the Ezreal, dying a couple times to those early ganks. I think that's actually the only time Prince died was those first 2 ganks coming from the Trundle.
Well, Trundle was on Ezreal's
excuse me, not
team,
the Trundle, the Xin Zhao. Excuse me, yeah. But those first 2 ganks, Prince did die, and the Braum as well, so... there were really good ganks by Nighthawk, but maybe they'll try to go for something more with the Volley Bear. But
perhaps,
once again, Varus in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, the draft is looking quite similar to Game 1, actually. Meme Team going with the exact same 3 first lock-ins they did here in Game number 1. And that jungle prioritization from Team Exiles definitely is interesting. I guess they just were not willing to give Xin Zhao over to blue side as a potential first lock-in, so they just decided to ban it away instead, pick up the Volibear for Nighthawk here, so that is going to be something a little bit different, and they do have the Galio now as well over here on the side of Team Exile, so something that could be flexed between the mid and support positions, potentially. I think it would do pretty well into something like the Katarina if Iroh does want to pilot that one in the mid lane.
Yeah, same bans coming out again. Hecarim taken away from Chobi. Except this time the Thresh taken away from the bot lane out of Blue. So
they don't care. They're like, go ahead, Shax, pick Poppy again. Either. Yeah. They're like, Meme Team's like, we don't care. Bring out the support Poppy. We're not afraid. And,
yeah, I guess I didn't really see much come out of the Poppy that last game.
I had a couple of pretty nice hammers.
That really, no, except for that one really good hammer in the bot lane. I do remember in one of the later game fights, Poppy was able to get the Mordekaiser out from the front line, but other than that, I didn't see much impact coming from the Poppy. At least what we were expecting, with the hype from Young Shax playing the Poppy. Well, but not letting him play the Thresh, so they're actually more scared of the Thresh than they are the Poppy. Possibly expecting this Galio to go mid as well, which it will. It will be a Galio mid. So
well, hold your horses there. Karma can also flex mid. So let's not make any assumptions here just yet. Yeah, that's also.
I'm assuming it's Galio mid, Karma top. I could be very wrong. It could be Volibear jungler, Karma top.
The drafting I think has been pretty solid overall.
Yeah.
From the side of.
Yeah, it was a very even draft. It's just how the game transgressed. It was different.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. Looks like it's gonna be the Diana here.
Yeah, Chobi loves his Diana.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. It's
I think that's the problem again. They put 4 bans onto Chobi, and he's like, okay, well, I'll just pick the Diana. It doesn't matter. Who's actually probably one of the strongest junglers right now in the meta.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Newman, but
absolutely.
If they take away 4 junglers, Chobi doesn't care. I think it's a questionable pick or some questionable bans coming from Team Exile. I don't think banning Chobi will work. There's so many strong junglers that he can play. He is the MVP jungler. So very questionable by Blue. I think they definitely should have taken the Ezreal off the table in that first round. Prince doing so well on it. Don't agree with that, but we'll see if it works out for them. Maybe Chobi just ends on this Diana and he hasn't practiced it in a while, and they just get lucky, banning him out 4 times. But
okay.
And once again, is the Lux, is that more of a ban on Matcha or Duckmark? Because I think they might have figured the Duck was going to pick Katarina, or do you think they're just more scared of his Lux?
I'm not certain. I don't actually know. Between those 2 players, if one of them has a significant amount of play on Lux. I assume one of them probably does, assuming that Team Exiles did do their homework. I assume that ban isn't just for the fun of it. But yeah, I actually couldn't tell you myself. But yeah,
I foresee they're putting Aaron on this Volibear. We have seen top Graves, so that is possible. But I foresee they're putting Aaron on this volley bear. Who do you think would do better? So hypothetically, if these picks weren't locked in, because we have the Gnar coming out for Team
Right.
Green. Who do you think would do better versus the Gnar? Would it be the Graves or the volley bear?
Into the Gnar. That's kind of a tough one. You know, I'm definitely not an expert on top lane matchups, and Gnar is no exception to that. I'm not sure who would do better. My instinct would be to say probably Graves, because he can't really get harassed as easily, while Gnar is mini.
Yeah, chat is saying that Aaron has probably been playing the Graves. He's been playing a lot of it lately. So we're probably seeing a top lane Graves against the Gnar, which I think would be a little bit more favorable, just because he does have a dash and he does have range against the Gnar. Whereas personally, with Gnar, with mini Gnar, you're able to poke out your opponent with multiple Qs and proccing your W. So you love when you're Gnar, you love playing against melee champions, especially when you can turn it around and go Mega Gnar and like, oh, you're melee, I'm melee now. Like, watch out. So Graves, I think, a good pick for Aaron. I do like the Graves pick, which in the past, I would normally expect, if I saw this draft, last split, I would expect, Volibear in the or Graves in the jungle and Volibear up top. That's just how the meta was. Now, I definitely expect, especially now that Aaron's been spamming it, the Graves top lane, because we have been seeing a lot more solo lane Graves. I don't know if you've had this experience, but...
Yeah. He is pretty popular in the solo lanes these days. It is very interesting. Yeah, he did, of course, a couple of patches ago get his 2 AD back that he lost a while ago. So, ever since then, he's been present all over the Rift, really. And, I think the top Graves does make some sense as well, just for the reason that means you can have Nighthawk on the Volibear, which is something that we know he's very comfortable on. So... I do think that that does make a whole lot of sense for the side of Team Exiles. See if the setup can work out a little bit better for them than what they had in game number 1 there.
Yeah, and as we get this game underway, do not forget we are halfway through our predictions on Twitch. Do not forget to throw all of your wonderful Twitch points on the chat. I will be checking chat occasionally throughout the game, so feel free to call out what you see. But so far, 81% on green and 19% on blue. Newman, are you going to go against the green and throw some points on blue, get that big payout, or are you going to be safe and go with green?
No, I think I would also have to throw my weight behind green. I mean, that objective control was just stifling from them in game number 1 there. It really just felt like, even though blue was able to find a couple of, halfway decent fights that looked pretty okay for them, it still felt like they were always behind what Team Green was doing on the map. So I think...
Yeah, and it definitely all started from that early invade, right? Newman, that was
true.
Scary. Did you see that? Like, I feel like we both reacted a little late.
It was definitely... I did not expect the delayed invade to come through. I was a little bit slow to react as well, yeah.
But I went against green. I'm going for that big payout.
Ooh.
Threw a couple thousand points on blue. For a 1 to 4 payout. So I'm expecting some... I'm probably losing my points. I still think green just played so strong last game. But the thing is, I have played on green. I know how they play. We're really good at inting the second game.
Okay.
It's kind of our thing. I won't speak for our team too much, but if I'm gonna expect green to lose any game, it will be this game. Get too comfortable from the first game, like, oh, we got this, and then, oh wait, blue can still play incredibly well. You never know. But based on the first game, I think green will come out with the win, but you never know. I mean, it's League of Legends. Every game starts over, so this could be a completely different game. But I will say it will come down to objective control. Objective. That is the only way that blue's going to be able to answer this green team.
Yeah, I mean, so kind of going off of that here, as far as ways to, check objectives, they're up against, of course, the teams have swapped sides here for game number 2. We're going to have Meme Team of Dreams on the blue side, and we're going to have Team Exiles on the red side. So for Team Exiles, if they're trying to get priority, over one of these objectives. All they really have to be worried about, potentially Diana waiting in a bush could, get off a wombo. But if you have the correct people face checking, really all you need to be worried about is the Braum getting off a nice Q and starting to stack up that passive. Is really the most threatening thing that Team Green has to try and control those parts of the map. So
yeah, once again, I'm confused. The 4 jungle bans, and they leave open the Diana. So I mean, you're going to ban 4 junglers and still leave up arguably one of the strongest junglers in the league right now. How do you think about that drafting from the side of Blue?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with your suggestion, Primus, that it just seems a little bit too difficult to try and target Chobi's champion pool in the draft phase. He's shown so many different looks over the course of the season and even just in playoffs alone. So, yeah, and this is even... we just know that he has a very big champion pool. So, yeah, I mean, I think that Diana, like you said, is very strong. I expect Chobi to do well again this game on the Diana, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I expect. I guess looking at the draft, where would you say? So last game, I said that a lot of the pressure would be put on top in the early game. I don't quite know for this game, just because draft exact same from the side of Green. Ezreal Braum in the bot lane, Katarina in the mid lane. Only thing that's different is the top 1 jungler, which is the Gnar and Diana. So, also very similar. Vars coming out again for Team Blue, but 4 new champions coming out for Blue. So this is completely different than at least their picks from the last game.
Right.
Where do you see a lot of emphasis this time around?
Well, Graves is not very strong in the early game. Graves, generally speaking, is going to be wanting to scale up and, possibly even go for some kind of split push win condition. I'm not really well acquainted with solo lane Graves, to be honest. I've never played it myself, but
I have not
Graves
either.
in general as a champion does need a little bit of time to scale up and get those damage numbers online. So playing around top early, probably not the way to go. I would expect Exiles to most likely focus towards their Varus and their Karma. But if you're playing around bot side and your team Exiles and you're trying to gank Ezreal Braum, that seems difficult.
Yeah, it worked out for them quite a bit last game. They were able to get some really good ganks. And also, at least with the Poppy, they were able to deny a few ganks. But they don't have the Poppy this game. They just have the Karma. Who does have slows and a lot of utility for the AD carry, more than Poppy does. So you have the speed up, you have the slow coming out from the Q, you have the root. So there are a lot of abilities that Karma can use to deny a gank, but also set up a gank. So I think they have a lot more ability to gank this time around. But unlike the Xin Zhao, the Volibear, you really have to work around, the gap closing from his ultimate. Outside of that, he doesn't have the dash that Xin Zhao has. You can't flash dash. You have to essentially just, run at them and then use that flash. So a little bit harder to gank on the Volibear, but still very good. He has the slow from his E. Speed up with his Q and stun. So they still have some gank potential on the side of Team Exile, but like you said, it's just so hard to gank an Ezreal Braum unless you have perfect vision and a wave state that you can at least allow the gank. They have to let the wave push towards them to allow the Volibear to come down.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is going to revolve around this Volibear pick for Nighthawk. Volibear is, of course, such a strong early-game duelist. Certainly much stronger than Diana in the early game. And I think, really, wherever Nighthawk goes here on the Volibear is probably where Team Exiles is going to be wanting to play around, at least for these earlier portions of the game here. So,
yeah,
going to be very interesting.
So we will see where the Volibear does start. Going for a safe start. Blue not going for the 4-man invade like they did last game. Both sides just facing each other in the respective lanes. Volibear Nighthawk getting the ward and the river, and both junglers backing to, I'm assuming, grab sweepers. So very standard start, nothing crazy. But we do have a pause. We have a DC coming out from the top lane. That will probably be remedied very shortly.
Yep, absolutely.
I do want to comment on chat real quick while we are paused. Soviet Snipes, love to hear it. Who was talking about the great tale of Twitch Prime. And evidently, did you know you can link your Twitch account to your Amazon Prime account and sub to your favorite streamer for free every 30 days? And who is your favorite streamer? It's obviously Team Gapwell. We all know it. We love to see it. What?
Tell me more of this Prime subscription.
And evidently, I owe 3 gifted subs. I don't remember making that deal, but if you can give me the proof, can you give me the,
he wants the logs.
Screenshots, and I will send you 3 gifted subs. Don't you worry.
He wants the what's it called?
Oh, I'm Jenna. Don't worry about subscribing to me. You're subscribing to Team Gapwell. This is a community effort. Do not worry.
Primus went for the dirty delete on the bet. There's no evidence. You can't prove anything.
Oh, so evidently blue versus gray. And before I left, I was supposed to give out 3 gifted subs to whoever wins. I need to see the screenshots. If you can pull up the chats, I will gladly send them. But to my memory, I do not know. But we will be getting back to this game.
Let's return our attention
coming out. I need
to the
some
game
proof.
at hand here, Primus. We have Electrocute on the Graves top. And I already mentioned, and Teleport as well. I already mentioned that I'm not an expert on solo lane Graves, but does this seem normal to you?
I would say
Or
either
good?
yes, the Electrocute or the Conqueror would be good for Graves. I will say the Electrocute is probably a little scarier on the Graves because he does have a lot of burst. So
that is true. Yeah, you should be able to proc it without too much difficulty there.
Right. So Aaron, knowing that Gnar really good at those extended fights. As soon as he can power up that rage, he turns into. Aaron's like, well, I'll just burst you out while you're mini, and then we'll call it a day. So I think I like the Electrocute over the Conqueror because I think Graves will have probably a better burst rather than extended fights against the Gnar, personally.
It's going to be Mars taking the Hail of Blades once again this game. See if it works out a little bit better for him this time around. Everything looking pretty stock and standard for everybody here. Both junglers are starting on their bottom side buffs. Once again here, going to be pathing towards top side. Volibear, a little bit slightly ahead here, clearing early on.
Yeah, and I kind of expect that. Like you said, Diana takes a little bit longer to ramp up. Volibear, really good clears with his bite and with the AoE E on the minions. But the poke coming out from the Karma Varus, opposed to the Poppy, Varus now has a support that can poke with him. So it's
That's true.
The bot lane from Prince and Matcha also have to watch out for the Karma Qs.
It's like Duckmark was able to dodge out on the Aftershock there, but definitely a favorable trade for the Galio, as Panda going in here with the Mega. Gets a lot of damage down onto Aaron, but is mini now, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, but there's that Electrocute, like we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And evidently, Electrocute, very common for Graves.
Okay.
Panda being a lot, comfortable to engage with the Mega, but as soon as mini, Graves able to return the damage right back. So very good trades on both sides, but Panda will be more healthy after that trade.
Yeah, absolutely right there. As that's a flash in from Nighthawk. That's the early dueling prowess of the Volibear on full display, forcing the flash response out of the opposing jungler. Chobi on the back foot here early on.
Yeah, Chobi did not have vision on that topside river, so walking in blindly to take that scuttle. Volibear running straight down. He's going to double scuttle Chobi because Chobi has to back. He was low. He does not have flash. So opposite of last game, Nighthawk coming out ahead in the jungle right now. Diana does have a camp over him, but Nighthawk double scuttle. So really good answer by him, trying not to be tilted from the last game. It's like, all right, you got me last time, but I will out jungle you this time around.
All right, well, Nighthawk off to a good start. We certainly know that he knows what he's doing on the bear there. So, you know, we'll see. Those big neutral objectives are really where Nighthawk is going to be put to the test here. We're going to need to see some kind of improvement over our last game's objective control here for the side of Team Exiles. First Dragon is going to be spawning in about 30 seconds here, and we're going for some resets. So this is well-timed. I like how we're doing so far.
Yeah, I don't expect the Dragon to be coming out just yet. I think they might wait a minute or two.
I was finding a lot of good trades in mid lane here, but Duckmark is able to trade back pretty effectively there. Galio is hitting level 5, taking it there. Almost found his mark onto the Duck there, but Katarina was able to jump away just in time. So this bot lane push from the Ezreal Braum is coming through. Varus was on a little bit of a reset, and his support is still looking towards this mid lane here. Nighthawk also hovering around.
Yeah, and it does look like this time around, you're right. You know, with the mid prio and that early bot prio that Mercurial and Young Shucks had, Blue this time around gonna get that first dragon.
Yeah. So already an improvement over their 0 dragons in game number 1. We do like to see that, as it is going to be an Infernal as the first dragon of the game this time around. Cloud second,
right.
So...
It will be a mountain or ocean soul. How do you feel about that for these teams?
Duckmark going in there with the Death Lotus, but dashing away from the Galio Q as well.
Good dash by Duck there.
Yeah.
I think that would have been enough to kill him.
Most likely. Galio needs to get this wave in now before he can go back. Would have liked to see Shaxx maybe stick around and help him push that wave in, but Galio should be just fine here, as Katarina was also forced to reset.
Yeah, and big wave getting pushed by Aaron here.
Yeah.
Having a little bit of dominance, just a small CS lead by actually every member of Team Exile, aside from the Danny, who only has a small CS lead. Nope, just kidding. It is now evened out after Volibear takes this last camp. So, looking really good for the side of Blue this time around. So they are not going to go away quietly in the night. That is
0 to 0 here. It's an even game so far, Primus, as the junglers are fighting over that topside Scuttle Crab. I think Diana was able to secure that one.
Yeah,
no, actually it was stolen away by Nighthawk.
Oh.
He got it somehow. I'm not sure how. We weren't able to see, but Volibear was victorious in the Scuttle Skirmish. As Mars getting jumped on here, exhausted, forced to flash away, but getting some good return damage out now. One more auto attack is going to be enough to proc it on the Varus, but not able to find it as the Team Green bottom lane here. Aggressive, like they were able to get both summoners off of the Varus there.
Yeah, and that's just a tough lane for Ezreal and Braum. I don't know. I like this so much more than the Varus Poppy. I think Poppy is probably better support for more aggressive AD carry.
True.
Whereas I like the amount of poke and utility with the Karma and the Varus compared to the Poppy. Now, we will see if Mercurial will play other AD carries to match that Poppy in the rest of the series, but I definitely like the change in support for the side of Exile.
Absolutely. Karma Varus feeling pretty strong down here so far. Chain of Corruption comes out, is able to find that one. The Q barely not enough damage. Mars almost with the snipe under the tower there, but now Karma getting locked up. Diana's here, going in with the Moonfall, and that's going to be a kill onto Mars. Oh, right when it looked good, it all came crashing down in the bottom lane as Panda is going to get the Gnar into the wall here. Aaron is in so much trouble, uses the collateral damage to buy some more space, and now Nighthawk is here on the bear. Oh, he goes over the wall, but he can't quite find the distance. Then he flashes, but Gnar also had flash. A little bit tragic there for Nighthawk.
Yeah,
tried to follow
their
R over the fat part of the wall there, but didn't have the distance.
Yeah. A little bit of a misplay by Nighthawk.
Duckmark,
Duck with his dashes. He doesn't have dash now.
He did have it, actually. Dashes back over to the Galio. But now he definitely doesn't, as they're still hunting him down, but the couple of melee slow boys didn't have the
looks
movement
like another
speed.
pause. And I mostly meant he had nothing to dash to, because he had no way of getting back to his turret, but Duck, with the instinct to at least get away from the Galio and Volibear with that last dash. But we will pause again. So
Okay.
I guess while we wait, looks like Gray's reconnecting, so we'll be resuming shortly. But I guess while we wait, just Newman. So that top and bottom scuffle. Green coming out on top, but how do you feel? I mean, especially Chobi. So I assumed Young Shaxx running up to the Diana, like, I'll sacrifice myself, like, Varus get out. But what a great outplay by Chobi. He's like, all right, we'll kill the Karma, but I still want more. I'm gonna go for this Varus. How do you feel about the play from both sides in that skirmish?
Yeah, I mean, Mars and Shaxx were definitely winning the 2v2. They almost killed Manjuice under tower there. Mars with a couple of good skill shots, almost able to pick up that kill, but they ended up sticking around just a little bit too long. Chobi showed up, and I don't think it was all that difficult for the Diana to clean up there. He just the Karma was locked up by the Braum, and then he still had a dash, and he still had his R. And Varus doesn't have very many options to outplay that. So, yeah, I mean, it was good on Chobi to be there. And, I mean, I can see what Mars and Shaxx were trying to do, but they just overstayed a little bit, I think.
Yeah, and Prince coming out with probably, I'd say, like 1 bar of HP. He probably had about 50 health left after that last Varus Q. So, Mercurial able to land the Q on him, but not able to kill in that transgression.
Yeah,
still, Karma and Varus are pushing back in, where they want it. They want the wave to that tower so they can just keep Prince and Matcha under tower to throw all the poke that they want. So, really good by Prince and Matcha to hold this wave here so that they can at least get the wave state back where they want it.
Now, Galio had a very close call in mid lane there just a second ago. Was forced to burn the flash there, was Iroh. But he is still alive. He's going to be teleporting back now. We're going to have the second dragon spawning in about 30 seconds here, Primus. So, going to be Cloud Dragon for number 2 as Duckmark with a little bit of disrespectful back there is going to get engaged on and is going to have a very poor timing as that's going to be Matcha getting engaged on down here in bottom lane. The arrow does go wide. Braum will survive. Meanwhile, Galio is getting jumped on. Chobi looking for it, but didn't have the reset on the E to go in any farther, and the Galio will survive. Galio still has his...
going to go for a little more, but not able to get to the Katarina or Diana. They are just trying to throw out as many abilities against each other as they can before, or at least now that dragon spawned. Probably both sides will be backing, but Drive Panda trying to go back in.
Oh, this could be pretty spicy. Panda gets the Nard. He can't find the stun, though. Jumping behind the minions now, trying to stay alive. Will be able to escape from the man with the shotgun. Aaron just barely able to survive that. If he did get the stun into the wall there, Panda for sure would have had that kill, but just barely wasn't. Graves was not close enough to the wall there. Very close call in top lane. Both neutral objectives on the map right now.
Yeah,
Galio
looks like we're going to see some recalls coming out from green. So, Volibear's still in his side of the jungle, so I don't foresee the dragon going out just a second, but it looks like they are moving to take it, and I don't think that green will be able to answer this.
Duckmark trading aggressively there into the minion wave, taking a lot of damage, and yeah, the bottom lane was also on a reset, so this is going to be dragon number 2 uncontested, going over to Team Exiles. So the True Shot Barrage, that's a decent attempt, but...
he tried. He landed it.
Couldn't outsmite Nighthawk there. The smite was good from the bear. And
yeah, which, remind me, so the... it looks like both junglers... Okay, yeah, so both junglers have their Empowered Smite, so that is 900 damage. So I don't foresee an Ezreal ult taking that. I believe the damage on the Ezreal ult is not... I believe it's probably around 600 damage right now. Just going off a guess, but definitely probably.
Okay, we're gonna have a contest coming through for the Rift Heralds here. We have 3 members of Team Exiles trying to take this one, but the Moonfall catches all of them. Chobi finds exactly what he was looking for, and now Ira will not be able to escape. It's a double kill going over to Duckmark on the Katarina, and Herald is a foregone conclusion.
Newman, do you think at that very moment that Blue is Team Exiles is regretting giving Chobi the Diana.
Probably.
100% kill participation coming out from Chobi. Really great. Obviously, Diana ultimate at that fight. Do you think they're regretting leaving it up for Chobi for this match?
Most likely. I'd say that's probably the case. As he definitely looked pretty good on it there. I think he did flash to get that one off, but well worth it, as he was able to secure the Rift Herald afterwards as well. Doesn't have very much time to get the platings, though.
Yeah,
he only has 35 seconds. Yeah, gonna have to pretty much drop that right now if he wants that gold, which I assume he does. So walking mid lane here. Oh, I think it'll be fine. Galio charging it. Yeah, the Herald will get the charge off. And Chobi with the Rocket Belt looks like he will be able to get himself out of there as well. So, yeah, very positive play here for the meme team. They're up 4-0 now. The enemy team does have a couple of Drakes here, Primus, but that 1.5k, or actually 2.5, I believe, or no, 1.5. Ah, math is so hard. Gold lead should be leveraged by the green team to pick up that next dragon. Duckmark in mid here. Getting two-manned once again. He has been taking on a lot of pressure here this game, but he's withstanding it relatively decently. He's getting three-manned now, though, as we're looking at top lane for some reason. The True Shot Barrage will not find anything, and Duckmark is just out of there, because he's Katarina, I guess. Chobi is also here. Flashing away now is Katarina, staying alive, and Volibear jumping in. Katarina going back to this jungler, and that is just going to be some cleanup coming out here for Team Green. They find the Mystic Shot, but not the Winner's Bite, which means Varus will be able to stay alive here, but the rest of his team cannot say the same.
Wow, that was amazing play by Duckmark.
Gnar can't find the wall again here. Aaron able to slip away from the Gnar once again, but you were saying?
But yeah, no, so 3-0-2 now on the Katarina. Prince going
flash!
for more.
Mystic Shot! Auto attack finds it! Oh, Prince Manjuice, clean as you like, goes for the tower dive, executes Mars.
Newman, that's a problem with these teams, especially in semifinals. They want everything. There are fights every 25 seconds. It is so hard to get any analysis in when they just want to fight so much. But we'd love to see it. I'm not upset about it. I know me and Ryline love when it is a bloody game.
Of course.
But no, so this Katarina, Duckmark, dodged everything from the side of Blue Exile. Every time they wanted to use an ability on Duck, he's like, excuse me, I'm just going to go dash this way and I'm going to come back and kill you. So, really great play by Duckmark. I thought that was exceptional. Chobi coming in on the flank, able to support his Katarina and make sure that Duck was able to do the Katarina things. And they don't have the Katarina Bane this game. They can't just point and click and...
I mean, Galio is pretty good, but yeah, maybe not quite as good as the Malzahar. As Panda getting ganked here by Nighthawk. Nighthawk does not have the ultimate, but does have the flash, and that is going to be enough to secure the kill. The end of the line is good for the last hit. Aaron Omnivamp gets his first of the game.
Panda. He was a very small Mega Gnar in that situation, not able to do anything.
Nice shot there from Prince, stops the back.
Yeah, Prince, very strong Ezreal player, as we saw in the first game. Still getting started. He still hasn't finished his Mermana, so he is still ramping up, and he's also a 2-0 Ezreal. He's very strong, even in CS with the Varus, so he will be ahead in this situation. And obviously with the team tower gold as well going on across the board for green, not allowing them to get soul point for the side of blue.
Yeah.
Green will take this first dragon.
That mid lane tier 1 gold is going to feel very, very nice over there on the Ezreal, and as you correctly say, the soul stacking will be stopped by Team Green. They will prevent Team Exiles from moving up to that third dragon, and the gold lead is continuing to grow here. 4,000 for Green in the advantage at this point. Aaron going for a play in mid lane here, but Matcha jumping forward, putting up the door, denying that engage from the flanking Graves. Gnar still pushing up there in top lane, has a teleport available, but doesn't really feel the need to use it right now. Just going to go for that tower instead.
Yeah, no, I mean, it looks like they're trying to get to this Gnar. Volibear, Karma, Graves all getting
They're
to
looking
him,
for
but
him.
he's just going to stop it with the Mega.
And now he's totally fine. Very nice by Panda, again, playing respectfully to where the enemy team could be. Backs off the tower with plenty of time to spare there, and is perfectly safe from that collapse that
and
Team Exiles.
Possibly some miscommunication coming from Aaron. Karma and Volibear committing to the Gnar, but Aaron moving up through the Tribush to clear the wave instead. So,
well, I don't think they were ever really going to catch the Gnar.
Yeah, it's possible they weren't committing for it, but
looking for it. But
Volibear
is still here. And the Gnar is not available for Panda, actually. But guess what is available? His jungler! And his jungler's looking for blood. He's found it. He gets Graves down, but Gnar is in a lot of trouble here. Trying to run away from the Volibear. That's going to be the Crescent Strike from Diana. Is plenty to secure that second kill. Double kill going over to Chobi here up in top lane. And he may not be done. I think the tower may be the next focus here, Primus.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Chobi on this Diana. 450 gold shutdown, almost 30 CS up on the Volibear. He is 405, 90% kill participation coming from Chobi in this game so far. I mean, I don't like to throw MVPs out too often. Chobi, he gets it a lot. He got the MVP in the jungle from the league, but I mean, looking at this game, he is playing amazing.
He's flexing. He's flexing that MVP status right now.
And they wasted 4 bans on him.
They did. It wasn't enough. They needed 10. They didn't have 10. And he is just popping off here once again on the Diana. Objective control, not quite as flawless as in the previous game, but he's on a weaker early game jungler this time around, so I think it's pretty understandable.
Right, and at this point last game, Green was up 3 dragons and I believe 3 towers to 0 up on Blue last game. So Blue doing a lot better on the objective side, but on the reverse, this game 10-1 in kills at the moment. So Green, you know, they don't have the objective control, but they still have that gold lead based on just the amount of action they've gotten.
Up to almost 6k now. Panda is once again going to look for the 1v1 against the Graves here. Lands the wallop, lands the boulder, and there's the Gnar back. Aaron has nowhere to go, and he's going to get finished off by the crunch. Gnar picks up his first kill of the game up there.
Yeah, Unstraight playing exceptionally these past 2 games. Great for him. You know, I would say the Graves is a very strong early game pick, and he's still able to come out on top. So, props to him for that.
Yeah, got that Divine Sunderer online, as well as the Bramble Vest. It's going to deny so much of what Graves wants to do. As Nighthawk getting a stun here, and here comes the grand entrance from Galio, but just gets a knock up onto some minions.
Yeah,
not gonna find much
at
else.
115 armor right now. He is not going to let the Graves get the burst that he wants, for sure.
Yeah. And does have a level up on the gentleman with the shotgun at this point as well.
Outside of the bot lane, or at least the Ezra and Varus, every single member on the side of green is 1 level up on their counterparts.
Yeah, very true. And that should serve them very well as this 4th dragon spawns onto the rift about 40 seconds. Chobi already finding some bot side river control for the squad here, but it looks like the Exiles are moving in here, Primus. We're looking at most likely another big old team fight. And
I would be very disappointed if this did not break out into a large 5 versus 5.
They've able to
Blue with the priority, at least until now.
Yeah, they took the river for a second there. Gnar showed up, and then they got forced out again. As well as Manjuice sending out those mystic shots, putting some pressure on, landing so many of those. Nighthawk flashing forward, but it's Ezreal. He just shifts away, and he's fine. As we're looking at the engage now, Duckmark popping off. He's going Beyblade in the middle of the fight. Mars is going to get finished off over the wall. Duckmark looking for more. Duckmark looking for the triple kill here, finds it. Shaxx escaping underneath the tier 2 tower. Looks like they're going to deny any further kills from going over to the Katarina here. But you have to believe, Primus, if that Galio and Karma were anywhere near a Team Meme Team member, that was pentakill for Duckmark all day long.
Oh, 100%. Not able to do as much in that first game. The carry going onto the Mordekaiser and the Ezreal, but this time around, Duck is flexing his Katarina prowess. I have to say, just the dashes alone have been exceptional from him.
Yeah.
He's dodged probably every single ability that Team Blue throws at him, and is still able to kill the members at the same time.
Yeah, and looks like he's doing a pretty good job of dodging Baron's abilities there as well, actually, as the Chain of Corruption does come out down here in bottom lane. Drive-by Panda continuing with his superb weak side top lane play. Is not able to dodge out on these skill shots, but it doesn't seem to matter too much, as now he's flashing forward, gets the beautiful two-man Gnar into the wall. The wall-up is good as well, crunches over, and he's out of there! Drive-by Panda finds the solo, finds 2 kills onto the enemy bottom lane, and now he's out of there. He's 4 levels up on Nighthawk.
Alright,
He's just walking away. This game is over.
MVP for the series is impossible. We cannot look at this game because every single member on the side of green is playing exceptionally. I feel like every time we turn around, one person is just being the hero and carrying. You know, first it's Chobi, then it's Doug, and then Panda, you know, getting a double kill bot lane. Prince, you know, able to get so much damage on this Ezreal. Matcha getting all the engages that he needs.
Graves is dead.
Really great Braum ultimates.
By the way.
What's that?
Oh, I just said Graves is dead.
Oh, right. I'm sure it just happened so quickly. I'm just hyping up this team so much that it's just... It is 17-1 right now, Newman.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. And that's
Yeah.
that's a 10,000 plus gold lead before 25 minutes, which is pretty crazy. As the Scryer's Bloom will prevent that particular Death Brush from causing any death, but it's only a matter of time before Meme Team pick up a couple more kills and most likely the Nexus.
Yeah, I don't foresee Blue coming back from this. I don't think they have the tools to fight this green roster right now.
They don't. Yeah. They have a Volibear and a Galio who can die. Okay, I think Graves is dead again here, guys. Yep, he is very, very dead. As Iroh is over the wall and he's looking for a taunt, but can't even find that. As his team is pushed back towards the fountain. So, game 3, Primus. What kind of... Okay, here, we'll cast the end of this one. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, as that's a nice moonfall that Chobi is going to get some good damage out, and he is going golden under the towers, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive, as that is actually a shutdown going over to Iroh. Second kill of the game for Team Exiles, but did cost them a Nexus tower, as the second one is under fire here. Nighthawk, fresh HP bar, walking forward again on the bear, but eating a couple of Mystic shots, and he's already down to about 25%. Manjuice shifting away here, as that's a teleport from Aaron, who is looking to go into the enemy backline, but the only thing waiting for you in the backline, Aaron, is death. That is exactly what he found, as Manjuice finds another nice Mystic shot. And
there's Ezreal keeping the team off.
Mars is going to have a gameplay experience right now, and then the Nexus is going to explode, and Meme Team is going to go up 2-0 in this one, Primus.
Yeah, that was... That was a... I hate to say that was a stomp. That was Team
There's no other
Green.
word for it.
Maybe the first 5 minutes was hit or miss, but as soon as Team Green got that snowball going, they were just bam, bam, bam. We're gonna take the game. There was no coming back from it. Regretting betting against Green on this one, but
oh man, yeah, you're
losing a couple thousand stream points for that one.
Channel points were not safe that game.
They were not. Are you at least? And JR, I did see that. So JR did hit me up. I did say I owe him 3 subs. So I will send those over to you.
The dirty deets have been provided.
The dirty deeds have been provided.
Oh,
so I will send those after the series is over. I myself am going to take a couple-minute break after we go to break. But
Sure.
I will say, Newman, what a game
Man.
from Team Green.
I mean,
every member just playing exceptionally. I feel like every time I turned around, it was just one person doing something exceptional. So that was nuts.
Yeah, definitely a very strong performance from the Meme Team of Dreams. And yeah, I don't know if we really need to say too much more about Game 2 there. Just well played, Meme Team of Dreams. And I think certainly what Team Exiles would want is for us to just kind of move on from that point. So I think that is the kind of route that we will go for here. We will take the opportunity here after Game 2, like you requested there, Primus, to go for a short little break. So we are going to jump into that for approximately 3 minutes once again here. And then we are going to be back, everybody, with Game 3. So stay tuned.
And when we come back, I'll be throwing out 5 gifted subs. So
Ooh.
I'm actually going to raise my previous bet.
Enjoy
so I'll be
that,
gifting 5 gifted subs once we come back from break. So do not leave. Matcha will probably throw out some more himself, knowing him, to one-up me. But thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be taking that short break.
Hello once again, everybody. We are back for game number 3. And Primus, man, that game 2 was something else. You know, I don't think we can even really say what the game plan for Team Exiles was, but whatever it was, Primus, I don't think they got very far with it. So
yeah, I don't know. Looking at the draft, I think they just wanted, I guess, more of a front to back. You know, with the Vars in the back, Galio, Fiber in the front. Karma trying to keep the Vars alive, and then, like you said, I think if Graves, wasn't so behind, and the team wasn't so behind, I think they could have gone for the split push on the Graves. Because Narc definitely more of a team fight champion. He is not really too much of a split pusher. He wants to get those big, big Meganar ults. So I think they had at least a mid game plan, but the early game just kind of fell apart, I think.
Yeah, and in large part due to the Diana from Chobi, which was incredibly fearsome.
Like
even towards the earlier stages there. So scaling be damned. Team meme team say they don't need any of that. We're just gonna win at 25 minutes every game. So that's one way to go about things, I suppose. And we'll see if Team Exiles have a response here for game number 3, as they are going to need one to have any chance of continuing this best of 5.
Yeah, I did want to see some more objective control coming out from Blue, which they did in the early game. They were able to get the first 2 dragons. They were able to get some priority in their lanes, get some waves push, able to get some more vision, take dragons. But after that second Drake, they really weren't able to get as much as they want. Green getting every 4 towers before, I believe, 20 minutes. Chobi able to get every Rift Herald. So not as much as I wanted to see from Blue for them to come out with the win, but definitely improved on that avenue for Blue. So props to them for that. But the laning, not as good as it was in the first game, I think. Ganks weren't there. The trades weren't there. Katarina being extra slippery this time around. Not able to lock her down.
Duck just styling on the Katarina, just foiling any kind of play that they ever made towards him. It's just effortlessly.
I definitely think styling was an understatement from Duck in that game. I think every time I looked at him, he was just moving around the team, just denying every single ability that they want to throw at him. Exceptional play by Duckmark in that game. At least for that game, just since Green played so well, and I guess maybe from the first 2 games, who do you think has been, I guess, the shining star for Green so far? There could be a reverse sweep from Blue, so we don't know, but at least from the side of Green so far, who do you think is standing out?
I'm going to have to throw my vote behind Chobi. His objective control was absolutely the reason that they won the first game, and then he popped off in the second game as well. I do think that Panda is giving him a run for his money here. The top lane play has been pretty superb from Panda. He's been not receiving as many resources from his own team as he has from the enemy team, and he's been playing around that fact extraordinarily well. So definitely a shout out up there to Panda as well. But personally, I'd have to give my MVP to Chobi thus far here at Primus.
Yeah, I agree. I will say, don't be afraid to throw some love over to Prince Manjus in the bot lane. He's playing exceptionally well on Ezreal both games.
Although I will say, in game number 2, at least in the first few minutes, Mars and Shax made the Varus and Karma work pretty good in the 2-on-2.
Right.
Not to take away from Manjus, because he has also been playing well, as you say, but
and that's the difference between the first and the first and the second game. As I was talking throughout the game, the Karma I think was just such a better pick for the side of Blue than the Poppy. They were able to do a lot more against the Ezreal Braum in that instance. So Prince not able to get a safe lead like he did in the first game. But that's the thing with Green. They have a weaker side bot. Okay, well, I guess now Drive by Panda and Duckmark are going to take that away and take the game away as well.
Wait, what's going on?
Especially after that second game, it's just hard to, I guess, identify anyone. The Gnar are playing exceptionally well, and especially Drive by Panda on that Mordekaiser in the first game. He was probably one of the biggest objective deniers with being so far from the objectives.
He denied Exiles the objectives by masterfully baiting them to constantly trying to kill him. So, in a sense, yeah. Because he was always on the opposite side of the map, right? he would draw
Right.
all of
Yeah.
these Team Green members to the opposite side of the map while the objective was up, and the rest of his team would just take it. And like, I mean, on the Mordekaiser, he did usually go down eventually, but he traded a kill multiple times.
Well, he traded Baron twice as well. I mean, like that's. I
Yeah,
do
and his
apologize.
team got banned for it.
We will be getting draft up soon. Evidently, the first draft link was bugged, so a new one will be coming out. So we will be looking for that. So we will be getting draft here pretty soon. So I do apologize for a little bit of a delay, but we will be getting here very shortly. But yeah, I mean, the Mordekaiser was just so annoying for the side of blue in that first game. Not able to answer any objectives that they wanted because they either give up the objective or they give up an inhibitor tower. So, because what did Aaron play that first game? Let me look at the draft.
The first game.
A set. So
yeah.
I think eventually the set was not able to 1v1 the Mordekaiser, so they had to send at least 2 members down to answer the Mordekaiser. But we are underway for the draft. So far, it's the same bands coming out for. Oh, just kidding. So for the side of Team Exiles, we have Nocturne, Zinzhao, and they finally banned the Katarina from Duckmark.
They finally banned the Katarina, yes. It's the Zinzhao ban is interesting. I guess it's because they always want to lock away the Ezreal with the first pick here from Mars. So it's interesting. They're denying that from Manjuice this game. So the Ezreal is switching sides. He will now be joining Team Exiles. And let's see what Manjuice wants to answer with. Will it be the Varus?
Yeah, I think
Are we just seeing the same
lot better
matchup?
drafting from the last time. They still throw 2 bans over to Chobi, but now they are finally banning the Katarina and at the same time taking away the Ezreal from Prince Manjuice.
Yeah.
So a lot better draft, at least for early, for the side of blue.
Okay, we're liking their draft so far. The Braum Sivir is going to be the answer here for Manjuice and Matcha down there in the bottom lane for Meme Team. Seems like that's a pretty good answer into the Ezreal. What do you think there, Primus?
I will say we did see, especially if you saw the pink and yellow game, I believe it was the side of yellow that played the Sivir, and it was just so strong. I actually believe they were playing the Pizza Sivir skin. Sivir deceptively can do a lot of poke, especially once you get that 3rd or 4th tier Q. Those boomerangs will hurt a lot. So, Meme Team of Dreams answering, I guess, what they were playing against last game with the Varus, answering some poke of their own with the Sivir. And with Sivir, so the thing is, Team Exiles has not banned the Hecarim, so potentially, with Sivir and Hecarim, especially Hecarim gaining extra stats from movement speed, I think it's very possible that Meme Team of Dreams will pick the Hecarim and Chobi in this game.
Hecarim and Sivir do have that nice synergy, and actually they are going to go for it. So it's going to be Chobi on the Hecarim here, up against Nighthawk on the Diana. Nighthawk, of course, taking the Diana away from Chobi, not allowing him to pick that one 2 games in a row, which I think is pretty fortunate. Honestly, I'm surprised that Meme Team didn't go for the Diana in their first round of picks there. What do you think of, like, Braum Diana? I feel like, Sivir is not going to get taken away from you because they already have an ADC.
I actually like seeing the Sivir. I think there's a lot more synergy coming out from the Hecarim, especially for team fights and for engages.
Okay.
So we'll see, what the top and mid lane come out for Meme Team of Dreams and see how much engage they have. But so far it's looking like they have a balls to the wall engage comp so far.
Yeah, I mean, Braum is a little bit out of place here. He's really more of a disengaged champion. But of course he does have that little jump where he can, kind of join in to fights that way. So, still some options here for Matcha, potentially.
Yeah, and I think, if Team Green is gonna have some vision control, a Braum ult coming out of the jungle, especially for those jungle fights, for those dragon fights, when you're in the pit, you don't want to see a Braum ult come out. And then, with the Sivir and Hecarim, you're able to quickly answer the knockup coming out of the Braum ult. So It can still engage. It's just not going to be their main engage. But there's the Lux that was not banned out in the first round this time.
So it appears that Duckmark is in fact the Lux player, as we assume the Braum is going to be going bot lane. So that is going to be very interesting. It's blind. We do not know what Iroh is going to be playing yet this game, unless of course it's the Diana, which is possible, although I think it's unlikely.
I think he could go for possibly maybe like an Azir pick, or looks like it's going to be Camille for the top lane for Aaron. Unstraight, no matter what, getting a counter pick in the top lane, but give me a little bit more time for Iroh to decide what he wants to pick into this Lux. I'm assuming he's probably going to go for another control mage, but with a Diana jungle, they could possibly be going double AD in the top of mid lane, so he could be going for another assassin as well. We will see what they will pick. Morgana coming out. So that's going to be a Morgana in the mid lane, if I'm correct.
It does appear to be the case, yes. Morgana, of course, is a tri-flex, so that is something that you can do with the champion. And I think it has a pretty decent matchup into the Lux as well. You know, a lot of Lux's skill shots have relatively slow movement speed. So, you know, if Iroh is paying attention, should be able to get out that black shield and prevent the CC and a decent amount of the damage as well, assuming, you know, Duckmark isn't landing too many skill shots there, as of course the black shield is a much longer cooldown than most of Lux's abilities, at least early on.
Yeah, and as the gets closer to mid game and Lux gets more damage, we'll probably be able to break the shield.
True.
But the thing with Lux is a lot of her kit comes from landing the root, which will most likely be the first spell coming out. So Morgana will dodge the root most of the time with that black shield. So really good pick by the Morgana, and also able to answer root for root. Both of them able to root either side. So we will see what happens. Lux having a little bit more damage, but Morgana having a little bit more utility. So, which it actually does work for this team because they did pick the Camille Diana, so they still have a lot of damage on the side of Team Exiles. So they will not be missing out on the damage picking the Morgana.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you could look pretty good for him, all things considered. It's definitely a little bit more of Iroh has tended to go for a more defensive look in the mid lane, at least for game 2 and 3 here with the Galio and now the Morgana. He's really trying to focus more, I think, on playing for the team, maybe moving to side lanes and going for those big team fights around objectives. So we'll see how much he can get done on the Morgana. I'm not really sure in that Morgana Lux matchup if one of them is really more favored to get push in the lane early on. Usually Morgana's wave clear is pretty good with the pool there, but Lux has some AoE abilities of her own. I don't know. What do you think? Who's going to have the shove?
I agree. They have very similar kits. They both have AoE wave clears. They both have roots. They both have shields. Outside of the ultimates, these are very similar champions, both being able to flex mid and support. So I actually think this is just going to be a skill matchup, and I guess more dependent on the junglers. But I think this will possibly be more of a safe mid lane. Whereas I think this time around, with the Ezreal Poppy, which I think is a better combination than the Varus Poppy. Ezreal able to follow up on the Poppy engage. I think this is going to be a bit of a more bot lane fixated game, at least bot on top. Obviously, Fiora, Camille going to be fighting to the death every 35 seconds.
That's something we haven't even touched on yet, actually, is the Fiora last pick for Drive-By Panda up there. Which, I don't think we should be surprised necessarily, but definitely the top laners appear to be throwing down here once again for Game 3.
I don't think we've had, at least with the past 2 games, they've just been duking it out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For, the entirety of the game. So, yeah, also not surprised, Camille, Fiora, they're now trying to flex, like, all right, who is the better mechanics of the top laners? So I'm very excited to see this matchup. I guess save the best for last. You know, we got to talk about mid and bot, but I think this will probably be the most fun lane to watch, especially with both junglers having very good ganking potential.
So, it looks like we got thrown for a little bit of a loop here, Primus. It appears to be Morgana in the jungle, Diana in the mid lane.
Oh, we were.
So that's definitely a little bit of a switch up here. I definitely think Diana might have a little bit of a hard time into Lux there, melee versus range and all that. So yeah, I don't know if I love this flex from the side of Exiles, but what do you think?
I honestly, I mean, it obviously depends on the comfortability of the players. On
I've seen Nighthawk play both. I think I'm pretty sure.
Right. And I guess it really just depends if Ira wants to play that Morgana. I mean, Ira probably wanting to play more of a carry mid laner, which is probably why they chose to put him on the Diana rather than the Morgana. It was a flex pick, but yeah. So Diana Lux, I do think Lux will win this early game, but as we see in a lot of assassin control mage lanes, all it takes is one really good engage in a trade from Iroh to jump on the Lux. You know, as soon as Duck misses one binding, the Diana can immediately, you know, it's because I'm sure it's like a eight or so second cooldown for the binding that Diana can capitalize on that, I think.
Okay, so a lot of pressure on Iroh here to come up with some big plays in or around the mid lane to try and turn this series around. We've got some exciting matchups across the board here. Both junglers, you know, are going to be pretty happy to just power clear early on. Expect them to make their way into the lanes relatively early on as well there. You know, Hecarim and Morgana both have some pretty strong ganking potential. Yeah, it's going to be a spicy one, I think, but it is match point for Meme Team of Dreams here, and the side of Team Exiles are going to need a mean right hook if they want to find their way back into this one.
And based on chat, I'm seeing 94% to 6% for Meme Team of Dreams. That is a steep favorite coming for Meme Team of Dreams.
There's no faith in the Exiles anymore, I guess.
Twitch chat's expecting a 3-0. Whether we see that or not, whether we see Blue come out on top, I do agree that based on these past two games, Green is just looking so strong. I think there is going to be a steep hill for Blue to come out on top for this game. A lot different draft this time around. Second game, a little bit more similar to the first game, but this is completely new champions for pretty much every single member outside of the bot lane where Young Shax and Matcha are on the Braum and Poppy again. So this is going to be a completely different game. We're going to see some new stuff coming out from each side. I am also very excited. As much as I love another game, you know, I love a five game series. You know, I want to hear the Silver Scrapes coming out, but I think this is going to be, at least based on previous games, this is going to go to Green. And I really, I do have to say, you were talking about preferring the Diana over the Hecarim for the side of Green. I really like this draft for Meme Team of Dreams. They have the Fiora, they have the Hecarim, they have the Sivir. Speed all of them up coming at the side of Blue. That is going to be very scary. And they also still have some disengage and the ability to protect their carries with the Lux and Braum. A little bit of disengage, but, you know, have your team run at them and then a Lux out comes out. That's something you don't want to see. So we'll see what the Morgana and the Poppy are able to do to counter that engage. So I think this is actually going to be on Young Shax a lot for this game, is to counter that Sivir and Hecarim.
Gonna need some big bonks out of the Poppy here. That is for sure. And yeah, it really seems like the composition drafted by Meme Team of Dreams here for Game 3 has a little bit of everything, doesn't it? You've got all of your engage with the Hecarim and the Sivir ultimate, you know, moving fast, you're zooming. You got your split push with the Fiora. You got your disengage with the Braum. Then you've got your long-range artillery coming out from the mid lane to follow up on those engages. So, you know, absolutely looking pretty fearsome here. Team Green on on the Rift and in the Champion Select. We're going to see if they can make it quick work of Team Exiles here and come away with a clean 3-0.
So, Newman, we didn't see it in the first game. We didn't see it in the second game. Are we going to see some level 1 shenanigans? I want to see it, personally. I would love to see 4 versus 4 in the bot jungle. I'd love to see it. I mean, Blue has to have some stops. So Green obviously got super ahead with that late invade last game. Do you think Blue is going to answer with an invade this time?
I mean, I feel like they probably should, honestly. You know, they're down bad in this series right now. They gotta try and come up with something big to get themselves back in it. So yeah, I would not mind seeing an invade at all here. We'll see what we decide to go for. It looks like it's just going to be the 5-point for the Exiles, as Team Green is back on the red side here for our third game.
Both sides. I mean, we do have 4 members from Green waiting in the bush. We are only at 46 seconds, so I actually think that they're probably going to at least go for it. Team Green is probably, you know, once we get to the minute 15, they are probably going to go for it. Duckmark waiting in the wings, so they might just be waiting for someone to come up and try and get some vision on that bush. They actually probably won't go for it. I think they're just waiting for Blue to overextend in the river. So they will go back to the blue side, excuse me, the red side, blue buff.
Yep.
Not going to be invading this time around. Everyone's just going to play safe.
So Primus, a couple of housekeeping things really quickly. First of all, I am just coming up on 130 here, 129, 130. And
I am right there with you.
Beautiful. Could you check up on the stream audio for us? Make sure everything is looking okay over there. I'm doing something a little bit weird on my end.
I hear you perfectly on the stream.
Okay.
So
all right, so looking good then?
My audio's not working.
Interesting.
Yep, everything's going good audio-wise, so we are good to start this game. Third game of the series.
Yep, all the marbles here, folks. If Team Green is able to pull it out here, then they will go ahead and punch their ticket straight into the finals this Saturday, going up against those who sit on wards, Team Yellow, who have already made their way into that last best of 5. Aaron, some strong trades early on here. Did get that level 2 over Fiora after that first wave.
Yeah, which we did expect this somewhat. Yellow.
Ooh, nice heroic charge into the wall there. Oh. Decent damage. Mandrew's down to half HP already, but a nice boomerang gets Mars low as well. Forced to burn the heal on the Ezreal there, and he's going to get locked up by the Braum pass and forced to flash away now as well. But Braum will actually be the first to fall. Mars trying to get under the tower, but he is going to get cleaned up by one more auto attack from Manjuice, and it's going to be Shaxx picking up the double kill in bottom lane.
Yeah, Blue, once again, not going away quite on the night, but more trades coming up from the side of Blue.
There's the binding. Iroh looking for some damage onto Duckmark here. The Crescent Slash is able to connect as well, but the Lux will survive. Minions in the way there. Nighthawk couldn't find the binding. It looks like he might be looking for some chickens. Oh, he binds it over the wall, actually. Iroh connects the Crescent Blade there. Shaxx is here as well, but they just get the flash out of Lux. Both summoners, I suppose, off of Duckmark there in the mid lane. Chobi now looking topside. Aaron, the hook shot was completely nullified, but here comes the teleport. Iroh, the mid laner for Team Exiles, teleporting up into top lane, keeping his fellow solo laner nice and safe up there. Oh, Morgana looking for a nice sidestep from Panda. The Fiora getting some damage out, but he didn't respect the fact that Diana was still here, and Iroh was able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, I think that was a little too aggressive on Panda. He was very low. Morgana obviously missing the binding, but you still gotta respect the Diana and Camille to be able to re-engage onto Panda. Chobi not quite close enough to get onto the Morgana, so I think that was pretty aggressive for Panda.
Now, Shaxx flashing into the wall here, getting the stun onto Braum, but a nice boomerang. That's a Dark Harvest proc for Manjuice. Seems like every time...
Oh, I was just gonna say, this is a very bloody game. We're already at a kill per minute.
That's true, yeah. And Team Exiles getting the better end of it thus far. But yeah, it seems like every time Shaxx goes in for an aggressive charge, Manjuice finds a nice boomerang. Oh, the back end that connected. That was going to be pretty scary for Mars. But yeah, it seems like nice boomerangs are negating a lot of these Poppy charges as Aaron can't find the sweep there, but does get off the Cho'Gath ultimate and is going to win the trade. If you're dashing back in, you'll find a little bit there.
I guess now that, all the big trades are over, all the blood has been spilt. No, so yellow and green, both first place in the respective splits or the respective leagues. So it is expected to see both green and yellow in the final. Based on the early game so far, who knows? Blue could come back for the reverse sweep, but really good early game so far for the side of blue.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good. Shax is back on his Poppy. He wanted to go with comfort here for game number 3. He's on 2-0-0 so far. Pretty good start for the Exile support. See if he can keep it up. As we already touched on a little bit earlier, he will most likely be critical in disengaging any kind of Hecarim charge later on into the game. Nice binding from Duckmark, going to counteract this aggressive trade from Iroh, and Lux is going to be the one who ends up on top. Diana still has some minions to clear out here as well. Going to be potentially in some danger. Chobi decides to visit mid lane. And Iroh will just go for the reset there, respectfully.
Yeah, and right now, Camille, Aaron on the Camille, doesn't even need flash. I'm going for combat and teleport, with the Ignite teleport. He's doing his best to kill Fiora as soon as possible and then TP back and get more lane priority. He's at almost double the CS of the Fiora right now, which getting some help from, 2 members of his team, Iroh. I was, at least that, I guess there's so much that's happened, we haven't even gotten to talk about it. But, obviously Panda getting aggressive, trying to kill the Morgana. I think Panda should have just backed off because they already burnt the teleport from Iroh. And they should have just, all right, we took that some, let's back off, but Panda trying to go in for more. Bit of a mistake, sacrificing probably some CS that he would have gotten from that play. So he's feeling that right now, but he's coming back a little bit more. Obviously, Camille, Fiora, definitely a skill matchup. So I'm excited to see some more fights in this top lane.
Well, it looks like we have several members of both squads up here right now, as Chobi is going to get engaged on the Moonfall Binding combo. Hecarim was not ready for Diana and Morgana to be standing in that bush, and he does pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, Team Blue, they know where their strength is. Aaron Omnivamp is such a good top laner. Not able to do as much in the first 2 games, but they're doing their best to make sure this man is able to...
Well, here comes the Fiora ultimate. We're going for an engage here for Drive-By Panda. Only a couple more vitals left to proc. Here's the Hextech ultimatum. Aaron trying to counter-engage here. Has dropped the Ignite now as well. Panda's extremely low, and Shax is here. Shax is going for the kill. The level 4 support Poppy finds it, is able to get... It starts a killing spree for himself, actually, as Mars forced to burn both summoners. He doesn't have his support in the area.
Matcha and Manjuice.
Yeah, that is the story here on the other side of the map. The meme team bottom lane pushing Ezreal off of his tower here. Something that can be pretty difficult to do against Ezreal, but they seem to have successfully accomplished that and prevented him from getting a decent amount of that CS.
Yeah, which the CS lead on the bot lane, I mean, Sivir only 8 CS up. I will say, Poppy going to the top side, they were able to kill Drive-By Panda, but in return, Prince Manjuice and Matcha able to get the bot prio, so that Chobi is just able to take that first Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
So they are able to answer that top lane gank from the roaming Poppy, but I still like the roaming Poppy. Probably never something a top laner wants to see.
Yeah, Panda probably wasn't too happy about that one. Seeing the small Yordle with the hammer just happily jaunting into his lane. And he will be starting up the Rift Herald here. So actually, this is the objective control for the meme team. Once again, rearing its head here at the start of game number 3. A dragon already claimed, of course, by Team Green. And Herald, it looks like, is going to be claimed as well. Nighthawk is in the area. He's getting engaged on a little bit here by the Fiora. And Herald will go down. Picked up by the Fiora, actually. So... we're going to be playing around top lane here for both sides, as that is a well-timed riposte And Panda should have the dash up pretty shortly to get himself over the wall, but he's actually sticking around and is forced to flash eventually right into the waiting arms of Diana, who will happily pick up the kill. 3-0 now for Iroh in the mid lane.
Yeah, I will say, you know, with this roaming Poppy, they are starving the Ezreal a little bit. He still is getting tier stacks, which is very important for the Ezreal, but Team Green on the opposite side, Mach is staying with Manjuice to get this bot priority. Sivir about to possibly get, you know, with this next wave, a 4th plate on the Sivir.
Yeah.
But the Poppy and the Morgana from the side of blue are coming down to possibly take them out. They will get out with the vision that they have. Not the vision, but Chobi saw them coming down.
Moonfall, Dugmark in some trouble here, but Diana ran out of mana. Lux was just able to get underneath the tower there. Keep herself safe. Trade of Diana ult for Barrier. Pretty even.
But yeah, once again, this is a 0-3 Fiora. Camille only not too ahead in CS and 2 assists. Pretty much all the kills going on to the Diana and the Poppy right now. So very fed support, which we'll see what young Shaq is able to do with that gold. Not very often you see a 300 gold shutdown on a Poppy at 11 minutes.
He's got the early mobility boots there, so clearly the plan is for the Poppy to continue to run around the map and look for these plays off in side lanes. Is presently down here in bottom lane with Mars, but starting to move again here. Nighthawk is also in the area. Morgana is going to look for a little bit of a play here, and Demand Juice will just pop the Sivir ultimate and say, no, thank you. I would not like for you to find a play.
Yeah, another fight coming down here between Panda and Omnivamp. Fiora popping.
Yeah, there's the Fiora ultimate coming out here. Camille backing away underneath the tower. Gonna be safe for now.
Rift does go down from the Fiora.
Yeah, absolutely, but no turret plates have been taken yet. So it's just going to be 2 plates claimed by that Herald, and only onto the Fiora, who is already very far behind. So maybe not ideal Herald usage for Meme Team of Dreams, but at least they are going to get their expected value out of that one as Fiora. Panda trying to get the wave in, but it has to be careful here. You definitely got to respect the Cho'Gath ult on the Camille Q. That is some serious damage that you do not want to be taking as Dugmark flashing away. A beautiful light binding onto 2, and the Lux ultimate coming out next, and Hecarim is here for the follow-up. The onslaught of shadows claims 1 kill. Nighthawk with a nice binding, but is it enough? He's flashing away now on the Morgana. He's trying to stay alive, but Chobi underneath the tower picks up a double kill.
Wow, the double binding coming from Duckmark into the Lux ultimate was superb. Yeah. Once again, chef kiss. I thought he was dead. I thought he was gonna go down. That was a really good gank coming from Nighthawk, but Duckmark, able to evade them. The really good flash into his abilities, and Chobi coming in from the river. That scary horse that you don't want to see. Yeah. Or I guess Centaur, I guess you would call him, but something you don't want to see coming out of the river brush, because I don't believe that was warded by the side of blue, so they did not know that he was coming out of the wings. So great counter gank by Chobi. That was superb.
Charging out of the river there. Yeah, I bet that was a pretty scary moment for the Diana and the Morgana. Once you see the
Diana flash did come out, but Chobi able to ult right into the Diana regardless. Yeah. And then a couple Qs and another E later, the Morgana is also dead. So very scary horse now. Absolutely. Chobi with 150 gold shutdown.
And hey, we talked about it after game 2, right? Chobi has been absolutely popping off for Meme Team here. You know, he is currently, I think, has our vote for MVP, and it looks like his team was struggling a little bit here at the start of game 3, but of course Chobi is the one to turn it around, or at least start the process of turning it around, as they're still down a couple of kills. Nacho forced to flash over the wall there to keep himself safe, but the gold is actually already in the favor of... Okay, that was an arcane shift forward, immediately followed by a flash out from Mars. Maybe a little bit of a misclick there. That's a nice dark binding over the wall, and Dunkmark is not going to be able to outplay this one. He's going to try, but he's going to get moonfalled and eventually taken out. So that is going to be 7-3 now in kills, and River Priority going over to the Exiles. They're going to tie up that dragon count 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Team Blue trying to get the drag party right now. They have the scuttle.
Jack's charging in there. There's the true shot barrage over the top. The Poppy Hammer is spell shielded by Manjuice, and the heal is used in retreat. But that, yeah, when you're a man down, yeah, I think that dragon fight at least is pretty much always going in favor of the Exiles.
Yeah, especially, you know, with the amount of utility and damage coming from the Lux. Yeah, pretty much not much they can do. The bot lane, Prince Manjuice and Matcha trying their best to dissuade Blue from getting this dragon, but...
Yeah, it just ends up costing them both the summoners on Sivir.
Yeah, and now, actually, from that play, getting the kill on Duckmark and getting the dragon, and a little bit more of some lane prio, it is now almost, I mean, it's 100 gold, but it's pretty much an even game now.
Absolutely right there, Primus. We're all tied up at 23k. 15 minutes in, 1 dragon to 1 dragon. Looking at a nice, close game 3 here.
It looks like the Team Green, you know, Matcha's trying to get some vision on this Rift Herald. We're still about 4 minutes away from the Baron, so we will see. It is post 14 minutes, so they won't get any more plays from this Rift Herald. Right. But we will see if either team tries to go for this Rift Herald. We still haven't... Okay, so we're at 16 minutes. We still haven't seen any towers go down. So this Herald actually might be worth...
Bot lane is pretty close here. I think you might have jinxed it there, Primus, as Manjuice is looking to put the last couple of boomerangs in that first tower, and he will be able to get it here. So that is first tower going down for the side of Meme Team. Yeah, I mean, it was only a matter of time. We saw the Sivir and Braum have so much pressure in that lane from very early on, so... I'm surprised, honestly, that the tower lasted as long as it did.
Which, Newman, do you think, you know, with this Roman Poppy, that they're getting as much out of it as they want? I mean, Poppy, they still even experience, you know, it's level 7 to level 7 between the two supports, so hasn't missed out on experience, but do you think they're getting as much out of this roaming Poppy compared to if they kept the Poppy in the bot lane?
I mean, individually, it seems like Shaxx is doing very well, but he's not in top lane right just yet, as Aaron is getting engaged on in a 1v2. His team is arriving now. Nighthawk is here with the Soul Shaxx. We got a teleport coming down here for Iroh as well, and that is actually going to be Drive-By Panda going down. Team Exile successfully able to turn the tables. As Shaxx is going in now, but he's eating a final spark right to the face. He's flashing over the wall now. He's got the hammer. He sends Hecarim very far away, and actually he's going to be just fine now. The Light Binding does not connect, and Team Exile is able to get 1-0 there. Oh, here comes the Sivir ultimate, though. Prince Manjuice does not want to allow them to take up second Shelly for free here, as that's a decent boomerang. It's Nighthawk extremely low, down to about 300. And topside river control has been reclaimed by the Meme Team. Even though they lost a member there, they still had the HP advantage on the remaining players who were alive. We're able to pressure Team Exiles away from this objective here, Primus.
Yeah, really good by Green to, I guess they're going to trade the mid tower for the Herald, which actually potentially is probably an even trade, because, you know, both top and mid tower still have a lot of health. Instead of getting the Herald, you know, which will take, I'd say, like, at this point, what, like, half health on a tower, they decide instead, just give up the Rift Herald, let's not risk a fight, we'll just take the mid tower right out, we don't need Rift Herald. So,
absolutely.
They're just now going to, instead of fight at the Rift, which could have gone either way, instead of having to 50-50 it, they would rather just trade towers.
Yeah, the mid lane tier 1
and
actually...
they don't even trade towers!
Still standing, just barely, for the side of Team Exiles here in mid lane. As the side of Team Exiles was able to clean up the opposing tier 1 there. But,
so
you know...
good decision.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to have worked out for them quite well so far here. Although I have to imagine that mid lane tier 1 should be cleaned up by the side of the Meme Team before too long, as only a couple of auto attacks should do the trick.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir exceptional at wave clear and taking towers. It will go down, but Ira over here taking the top lane tower. So I think this is actually the first point in the series that Team Blue not only has a kill lead, but also a tower lead, even in Dragons. So, but this is probably and actually they also now have a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Blue doing exceptionally well at coming back in this game.
Finally, the Exiles seem to have found some mojo here. They are currently out-rotating the meme team, as Nighthawk, with a nice little black shield there, will prevent any kind of knock-up from coming through. Matcha just...
yeah, and that's a big ultimate for this drag fight.
Absolutely.
Morgana only having to burn her spell shield, you know, with that probably 15-second cooldown at this point. And Braum burning the Braum ultimate, which is not only a good disengage, but also a good engage in these close quarters. So they will not have that for this fight.
Dark Binding's going to connect onto Matcha here. He's going to put up the door, and Nighthawk is getting engaged on now. He's forced to flash away, and Panda is still on the chase. The riposte is enough to secure that kill onto Nighthawk, and meanwhile, the rest of the fight here, Duckmark is going to be going down here, as it's a 2v2 in the bottom side of this river. The Onslaught of Shadows gets the fear onto Mercurial Mars, trying to get the damage out on this Varus, but diving in is the Fiora, able to pick up the kill, double kill, going over to drive by Panda on the Fiora. It looks like the side of Team Exiles was able to win out on the top side of that fight, but they have to deal with Fiora and a ghosting Hecarim now. Can Diana and Camille get it done? That's the Hecarim getting pretty low, but the Rampages, that's going to be the boomerang, secures the kill onto Aaron, and Team Exiles were doing so good. Primus, they were doing so
Newman,
good.
I don't
they
know
had
how
a
I felt
gold
about
lead.
that Zonias. I don't know why the Diana went gold. He just kind of left the Camille to die. He left Aaron to die. I mean, even if they were focusing the Diana, like, they're gonna focus the Camille right after you go golden, no matter what. Newman, what do you think about that? Correct me if I'm wrong. How do you feel about that Zonias?
I'm sorry, man. I didn't really see. I think I was trying to look like who else was collapsing down on the map or something. I kind of missed the Zonias that you're referring to, unfortunately. But you know, I'm inclined to believe you. If you say it didn't look like a very good Zonias, it probably wasn't a very good Zonias.
Well, essentially, it was 2v2. It looked pretty even, and then Ira went golden with the stopwatch, and then Chobi and Drive by Panda are able to just now 2v1 the Camille. I think they actually might have come out with it if both Diana and Camille, you know, Ira and Aaron were able to focus one target rather than.
Duckmark is in some trouble here, and by some trouble I mean he's in some death chamber, as the True Shot Barrage is not going to find the mark, but the kill has already been acquired.
Yeah, the gray screen for Duckmark. Did not have any vision on that top side. He did feel a little safe because, you know, he was still at that down, you know, tier 1 tower. He was not super overextended, but I would say it is some deja vu coming from the side of Blue. They have so much this game sent 4 members top.
They're starting Baron, by the way. They will peel off of it, though, as they have been spotted out. As, yeah, I kind of agree with you, although in this particular case, Meme Team was not able to find any kind of significant advantage on the other side of the map while that collapse was happening, so realistically, I feel like that was just a good punish from Team Exiles on an overextended Duckmark, but yeah, I mean, I definitely, it seems like Exiles is working with somewhat of a similar strategy, where they just try and, they'll try and overload one side of the map, you know, at various times, and just try and get picks that way. And, you know, it was able to work out that time. They did get the kill onto Duckmark, so, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, but that drag fight definitely put the favor back into Green. Green now at a 2K gold lead. They've now come back to 2 towers to 2 towers. And, you know, what was I would say, what was a 5 kill lead is now only a 2 kill lead for the side of Blue. So Green evening this game out, and kills and objectives, and still maintaining that gold lead now.
Yep, absolutely here. We got the True Shot Barrage just to do a little bit of scouting, I guess. Not really sure what that was aimed at exactly. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, the Ezra ult has such a low cooldown. They're probably not going to fight for...
Oh, that's a charge, but a nice spell shield from Manchus. Keeps himself safe from the CC there. Dark Binding does not connect. Mercurial Mars Arcane Shift away now. Nice Poppy W for the disengage. Prevents Chobi from diving in there onto the Ezreal. A tense up here in the river. That's a charge into the wall there. That's a nice Poppy Hammer onto 2, but it's just the front line. But there's the Dark Binding. That's going to lock up Chobi. That's going to be the Braum going down. Hecarim getting extremely low. Is going to get cleaned up by the Morgana here. And now right in the middle of everybody is the Fiora. What can Drive By Panda get done? He's diving in now, trying to get the kill onto Shaxx. He's able to find one. The Fiora ultimate has already been used here. Drive By Panda doesn't have anything left. He's going to get cleaned up at the end of that fight. That's going to be a 4-for-1. Team Exiles out on top.
Exceptional by Team Exile. They were able to get exactly what they wanted. They were able to take out the Fiora, chunk out Chobi to where he's not able to have any matter of counter engage. He did his best. Both him and Drive Panda tried to isolate the members of.
Iroh's looking for it, finds it, easy peasy. Dugmark wanted to get some vision to try and go for a Lux ult steal, but it was not to be.
I guess we consider that the Team Gap ace, Newman?
It's a Team Gap ace for the... is it? I don't know. It was a delayed. It was a delayed Team Gap.
I count it.
Okay, we're gonna count it. Yeah, we're gonna count it. Team Gap. Team Exiles. Trying to come back here. Game 3. They're gonna need a couple more of those if they want to seal the deal here and send us to a Game 4. It's going to be critical.
Yeah,
but yeah, in that fight, it was a beautiful disengage from Shaxx and Lighthawk to be able to shut down what Chobi was trying to do there. Yeah, and then the follow-up was just really, really good. Aaron and Iroh diving in there. Mars with the skill shots. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we stopped, finally, young Shaxx able to use this Poppy compared to the first game. He's able to use the Poppy how he wants this game. Able to actually use it how he wants, able to get the denial. Yeah, Poppy actually really good into Hecarim. And also by the time the Hecarim was able to ult, Chobi was able to ult, he was at maybe 2 bars of health, just trying to get Panda the reset on his ultimate, or excuse me, not the reset, but
the healing,
the proc on his ultimate to get the healing, which he was not able to do. By the time Panda was able to kill the Poppy, who he had put the ultimate on, he didn't get the healing because it had already run out.
Yeah, I actually didn't catch what happened to the Fiora ultimate there. So yeah, good call out there. As the Baron power play has so far netted Team Exiles their second dragon, as well as a couple of towers. They were able to claim mid lane tier 2 as well as that bottom lane tier 1, I do believe. They've got Camille off in topside right there. Gotta catch that wave that was getting pushed in by Panda. So the siege has been stalled out a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean that's all Team Green can do right now. They want to wait out this Baron because they're not ahead anymore. They're down 2k gold. They're even in towers, even in drags. Most of the gold coming from the kills and a CS advantage on the top and mid side. So not the biggest gold lead, especially once we get closer to later points in the game. This gold lead, especially 2,000 gold, will not be too important. Right. It's really going to come down to objective control and these team fights. Yeah,
absolutely. If Team Exiles can have some more fights that look like they did. Oh, that's a nice hook shot. Gets some decent damage onto the Hecarim there. Hecarim just trying to wave clear this. But that double cannon minions are going to be doing a whole lot of work. That's a nice dark binding over the wall. Right as Sivir pops the ultimate. Yeah. That Sivir ultimate was very nicely nullified by Nighthawk there with a well-placed binding.
Yeah, a little bit confused because Prince Manji's procced the Sivir ultimate and the spell shield after the Morgana ult. little bit of a question on that one.
Unlucky.
Nothing will come out of it. Yeah. Unlucky or some misplays.
Yeah, those do happen. Those have been known to happen at various points in the past.
We'll blame it on the ping, Newman. We'll blame it on the ping.
Okay, all
right. But now it's so Green for once.
Okay, we're going for a Hextech ultimatum here. Panda in some trouble off in bottom lane here, surrounded by 4 Exiles, and they will easily take him down. No support was coming for the Fiora there.
I think my favorite part of this game by Blue right now is the amount of
Even able to
time.
get the Grom. As we're going in for the engager, the Sivir ultimate to try and run away. But is it enough? As Iroh's in there with the Moonfall getting so much damage onto the Braum. Chobi trying to desperately run away now as well. The True Shot Barrage not able to finish off any of those kills. But some very low blinking health bars for the meme team. They're going to be forced to give
like
up.
I said, Blue is just playing. And it's funny, they're not playing a really good 5-man, they're playing a really good 4-man. Throughout this game, especially 3 to 4-man ganks top, 3 to 4-man ganks mid, always trying to pick out the members of green. They've been doing it all game, they've been doing it very well. As you just saw, Panda getting caught out. 4 members on him. Fiora can't do anything. They've been playing as 4, and leaving one person to kind of, I guess, bait out some vision, you know, watch me while my other 4 members go and kill your overextended laner. So Blue playing exceptionally well with these side lane ganks. They've been doing it all game, and they've been doing exceptionally well. So I think that is definitely why they're now at a 7-kill advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Exiles coming back strong here so far in game number 3. We are going to have Dragon number 5 going to be spawning onto the Rift here in about 45 seconds. What do you think this Dragon is going to look like? Do you expect the side of Meme Team to contest for this one here, Primus?
I mean, just knowing green...
They're getting all the camps. Oh, there's a True Shot Barrage. Manjuice is just getting annihilated out here in his own jungle. You are not allowed to take that blue buff, sir. It does not belong to you anymore. And,
so I would say 20 seconds ago, I would say they would try and at least contest it.
Right.
Not so much anymore.
Yeah. Without the 80 carry, I'd say that's probably not the way to go, as we're going for a dive top lane instead. Iroh getting pretty low here, but again, the Fiora ultimate will time out here, and the Fiora's life will also expire as Iroh dives back in there for the kill. And that's going to be a couple of easy ones cleaned up. I guess the Hecarim and Fiora just assumed that all of those Exiles members were over there by the Dragon, but nope. Nope, they came back to defend top lane.
Yeah.
Oh!
No.
Duckmark!
Duckmark taking the Dragon!
The final Spark is able to get the last hit on the Mountain Dragon. That is Mountain Soul Points for Meme Team of Dreams.
But Team Blue, in response, will start this Baron. Exceptional Lux ult from Duckmark, but there are still 2 members dead on the side of Green. Yeah. So I do foresee this Baron going over to the side of Blue.
There is a teleport on Fiora.
Again, I don't know.
Fiora is alive, but Baron is already gone.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they could have gotten a really good Sivir Q. Primus Juice did try, but
I mean, Lux ultimate is off cooldown.
Once again, Baron going over to the side of Blue.
Could have been another Lux ultimate. So it's up again.
Oh yeah, because I mean, at this point in the game, Lux ultimate is like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
My least favorite cooldown in League of Legends.
But yeah, it was not to be there. That Baron was indeed secured by the side of Team Exiles. Let's see what they can get done with it here. What kind of formation do you think we should expect out of Team Exiles here with their second Baron of the game?
I mean, they've been doing, like I said before, really good at the 4-man, but they do have Baron. They have 5 towers, so I do foresee them at least trying to get this last tier 2. I would have expected them to send 1 person top, but they are leaving this Camille in the bot lane, and then sending 4-man mid. I think they, especially with how the wave was looking top lane, I think they could have positioned to try and take that tier 2 top, but they will instead go for the bot and
oh, we got the riposte coming out already, but the Hextech Ultimatum is going to lock up Drive-By Panda here. Oh, that's so much damage. Fiora never stood a chance as a leg binding is going to nail the Hecarim here. Macha jumping in, putting up the door, protecting his jungler, but not from that nicely aimed Mystic shot from Mars. Able to get a lot of good damage out here. They are going to force the Meme Team away from their mid lane tier 3. That mid lane inhibitor under fire here. Shaxx charging the Sivir into the inhibitor, and that is going to be another kill. No Sivir for wave clear here. These baroned up minions are going to be a significant obstacle for Meme Team here. One Nexus Tower already fallen. That's a nice Lux ultimate, getting Aaron extremely low here. But Shaxx is not afraid. He charges right in there onto the Nexus. A nice True Shot barrage over the top. Gets, once again, multiple members extremely low on Team Green. Nexus turret number 2 now is the target. Lux trying to land these skill shots, trying to get out the damage, but it's just not enough. The other Nexus turret has fallen down. The Nexus is about to be taken out here. Young Shaxx, he's in there. He's trying to get the team zoned away, and he is able to successfully help the other members of Team Exiles take down the Nexus here. We're going to Game 4 here, Primus. Team Exiles fighting back.
Oh, what a Game 4. 94% of us had predicted, at least based on Twitch chat, that Team Green would come out with the 3-0. I guess we were all wrong. Team Blue, my favorite expression, not going away in the night. They are not sitting down. They are standing up. Team Green, we're coming for you. We are not going to lose this series. Great showing by them. And I would love to see a Game 5. I'm not going to lie to you, now that Blue has shown that they can still play against Green, they can play their game, and I think it all came down to draft. They took away the Ezreal, they banned the Katarina. I think that they finally found their mojo to take this game. They were better at objectives, so I think Blue is a lot more comfortable now, and Green is going to have to step it up this next game.
Yeah, so it really seemed here like Team Exiles executed on the same strategy that they tried to implement in game number 1, right? They clearly want to play through topside. They want to send Shaxx up there on the Poppy. They want to put Aaron on one of these really strong melee brawlers that can split push and also team fight, like the Set, like the Camille. And they just want to try and play through topside. And I absolutely think that securing the Ezreal for the side of Team Exiles this game was so huge. Because not only is that a denial from the AD carry over there on Meme Team, but also it complements this playstyle so well of wanting to move away from bot lane and focus on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and if you look at the damage charts, actually Ezreal, Diana, and Camille all had top 3 damage for this game. Diana coming out the most, so obviously I was wrong in putting the Diana in the jungle. Iroh able to hard carry with this Diana, and I think a lot of that came from both Poppy and Diana just roaming to the top and bot lane, able to use that river ganking to their advantage. Playing as that 4-man just worked really well for them, and they're really comfortable with it. The only damage advantage, I think. Actually, no, lane-wise, no one really had any advantage. The entirety of Team Blue out-damaging their counterparts for this game. So, Blue punching back in this third game, taking us to Game 4. So, I'm excited. I hate to see 3-0s. I like to see some. I like to see some shenanigans. I like to see some punches going either way. And that's the thing. Blue looked strong through the entirety of this game. It wasn't like they just came back and had some miracle comeback. They were pretty. I wouldn't say dominant, but they were very comfortable throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, I mean we got our blood, right? We got blood for sure. This game we got our sweat. All right, Team Exiles coming back. They sweated for this one. It showed, but they made it happen. We're here. We're in Game 4. All I need now, Primus, are the tears. I just need the tears.
Yes.
And one of these teams, of course, has to lose. One of them's going to win. The other one's going to lose.
I don't know.
Coming down closer and closer to the wire here.
Newman, I just want to let you know, there's been tears in every game. We've had 3 straight Ezreals. I've seen a lot of
Okay, we've had the tears already, too. Dang it, you messed up my whole thing. God dang it,
No, you're good. I'm going to do the math real quick, just to show how bloody this game was. So there were 53 kills total, I believe. And it was what? Oh, shoot. I just lost it, but I believe is what, like a 28-minute game? No, it was like a 34-minute game, right?
Which one?
this past one. I believe there was
it's right around there. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's about 1.5 kills every minute.
Nice. That's where we want to be.
I don't know. This game 4, I want to see 2 kills per minute. I want to see a spicy level 1.
Okay.
We had the first game. We had the late invade. I want to see a 4 versus 4 level 1 invade. That's all I want. I know Rylion would want it.
Wow.
I'm feeling my inner Rylion. I want to see some spiciness. They've been kind of playing safe, at least the second and third game. Early on in the first game, until Chobi decided to take the red buff. But I definitely like the answer from Blue this past game.
Well, we will see if these squads decide to give in to the will of the people and embrace the fiesta. It is a possibility, of course. And with so much on the line, I definitely don't expect any punches to be held. So, we probably will be going to another short break here, Primus. I expect the teams are once again going to need a little bit of time here to assess their strategies going into game number 4. So let us throw it once more towards the break. And we are going to be right back here in just a few minutes, guys, with game number 4, Team Exiles versus Meme Team of Dreams. 1-2 right now is the match score. See you soon.
All right, see you guys soon.
Hello once again, everybody. Welcome back. We are just now gearing up for game number 4, guys. And, yeah, Team Exiles able to successfully fight back there in game number 3. And we're going to be looking to see here, Primus, if they can continue this momentum into a game 4 victory as well. Oh, Primus, I think you might be muted.
Just kidding. I was muted. Don't worry about it. But a really strong showing by Blue in the early game and the late game especially. Mid game was a little closer. Green able to come back and claw their way out, but not able to capitalize on anything from Blue. Blue playing the game how they want. I will say Shax on that Poppy was exceptional. Poppy being everywhere where she needed to be. Just love to see it. You know, buying that early Moby boots. And the Ezreal is still able to, because I mean Ezreal is probably definitely one of the AD carries you can just kind of leave in the bot lane, just let him farm his tier, get the wave, get the wave as he can, get the CS as he can, but not really relying on a support. So really good showing by Blue in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. We have swapped sides once again here, guys. We have Team Exiles going back over to the red side, and we have the meme team of dreams, Team Green, coming back over to the blue. So, bans looking pretty similar so far here, Primus. We got the Aatrox and the Kiana banned away from Aaron and Ira, respectively, as well as that Nocturne and the Katarina getting taken out by the side of Team Exiles. Yeah, Sejuani and Ezreal going to be the last couple of bans here. So Ezreal going to be on the bench for the first time this series. What are our thoughts on that one?
No more tears for this game. I'm sorry, Newman. Not going to see it this game, but definitely good bans coming out from the side of Blue. They did not want to give the Ezreal, once again, a first pick for Green. Obviously, they first picked it last game when they could, but they did not want to leave it first pick. Instead, Team Green going to come for Tristana, another very strong AD carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And is still a flex as well. Could potentially be going into the mid lane for Duckmark here if they want to go that route. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, Tristana first pick, especially, a lot of teams are kind of drafting where, with how the meta is, there's a lot of champions that can go multiple lanes, and that's especially once we get later in the series, they want to try and win draft as much as possible. But the Poppy coming out again for your Young Shax.
Yeah.
So they're very comfortable with picking this Poppy for Young Shax and Diana for Night. Well, I would like it. Probably.
We don't really know anymore.
They could put it on Nighthawk this time and even switch it up again. But, Iro very strong in the Diana last game.
But yeah, considering the fact that we've seen both of them play it, it's a very strong pick in general for the side of Team Exiles.
Yeah, it could go either way. They could, be 5-head and put it on Nighthawk this game, expecting Green to try and counter the Diana mid.
Yeah, I wonder if the side of Team Green expected a Diana to not get picked up in the first couple of picks here for Team Exiles. Because why else would you ban the Sejuani instead, right? If you're expecting, Team Exiles to pick a jungler on 1-2, then...
Say in the... let me look at the drafts. So in every draft up until now, actually except for the first game, Xin Zhao has been banned on Chobi. So Chobi now
getting the
picking the Xin Zhao because I would say let me look at the past drafts, but every draft before this, I believe 2 champions were banned for Chobi, whereas this draft only 1 ban is coming out for Chobi.
Right, because the Ezreal was banned out instead of one of those junglers.
Right, so now I'm like, okay, I'm comfortable on the Xin Zhao, so I'm going to pick it. And AD carry up for Blue, they chose to go for, I'm assuming...
Morgana.
they're once again choosing. If they keep it the same as last game, it'll be a Morgana jungle, Diana mid. They could switch it up and go Morgana mid, Diana jungle. It'll most likely be the same as last game, but honestly, great drafting by both sides. I obviously always love to see the Seraphine. I believe Duckmark also plays Seraphine, but Matcha very strong on the Seraphine as well. He's played a lot of it. So flex picks on both sides. So we don't know where either side is going at this point.
Yeah, definitely very, very interesting here. Unfortunately, it looks like we have run into some technical difficulties with the third-party drafting website. So please hold while we try and figure this one out. Oh, it looks like they're still going now, actually. It, like, broke for a second.
And broke and came back. We'd love to see that.
Okay. That's fine, I guess. As we are into the second phase of bans here. See, it's it's going to be tough to see what these teams decide to target, given the fact that both drafts are still so flexible in where they can. Oh, it's still broken. So they are going to have to restart this here, I do believe. Everybody, we're going to have to redo the champion select phase.
Which they will most likely keep the same bans and picks for now, but it will take a little bit to get back to it. So I'm obviously, with Honor, they're going to keep the same picks and bans for now. Actually, bans might be coming out.
No, bans have already been lost here, so I feel like the play should probably just be to redo and try and play out the draft appropriately.
Oh, okay. So, Newman, I will say, while we wait on this draft to get restarted, I made a promise.
Oh, you did?
Earlier this series.
Yeah, let's hold you to that one.
I have to give 5 subs. So
you do. Yeah, you have to.
We will see where those subs will go. Let me finish that purchase. I guess I definitely have to reward the people still watching through these technical difficulties. So, 5 subs going to Video Lime, Marky Mark, Soup Rise 5, Tang 0622, and Froggernet. So enjoy your sub for the Team Gap LOL stream. Thank you so much for joining us. Jared Boys, I know you wanted it. So I appreciate you calling me out. He even sent the evidence. He actually sent, I believe, a stream link.
That's not even gifted at that point. He worked for that sub.
And that's why, I said 3. I'm like, all right, you came at me with some hard evidence. I'll give you 5. I don't care. Y'all deserved it. Appreciate y'all so much for tuning in. But yeah, so we're going to restart the draft, at least from what we saw at the beginning.
It looked spicy.
Very spicy. So, I have a little bit of a bias just, playing with green a little bit. I have seen Matcha play some very good Seraphine.
Okay.
So, I'm excited to see whether that Seraphine is going in the support or mid lane. Obviously, Seraphine able to flex. Diana and Morgana could flex either way. Poppy obviously going to Young Shax.
Yeah, it has to.
But I am definitely very excited to see how the rest of this draft will work out.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I think it would make more sense probably to keep the Diana mid and the Morgana jungle. Given the fact that they were just on the last game, that was the game that they won. You probably want to try and keep the momentum going. Keep everybody on the same champions when possible, of course.
Yeah, which I agree, and I think the only reason they would dissuade from that is for the counter picks. But
right.
We've already seen the Xin Zhao jungle, so which now the Trundle's getting banned from the side of green.
Interesting. Well, Trundle
and they don't want to see the Camille, so it's going to be Trundle Camille from the side of green, banned away, banned away from blue, and then blue does not want to see the Mordekaiser and Lux from the side of green.
Right. Yeah. After Duckmark stealing that dragon, the Lux ban is pretty understandable, and Drive-By Panda on the Mordekaiser was quite fearsome in game number 1, so I do think those bans make quite a bit of sense here, as we're most likely looking for top and mid for Team Green, and most likely top and AD for Team Blue. The Kale is locked in here, so that is going to be one of the solo lanes for the Exiles.
Yeah, and I definitely think that Diana Morgana... I mean, Kale's obviously not going to be in the jungle, but they can switch that around a lot. So, making it a little bit harder for Green to get any counter picks off. Duck Mark on his Nivea, very strong on that.
So, according to the in-client chat here, the Kale pick is actually a Kaisa pick. So that is something to note here. The Nivea, of course, coming through is a Duckmark special, so that is definitely worthy of note there. And the Mundo is locked in as the last pick of Game 4 for the meme team of Dreams.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time we're seeing, which is weird, the first time we're seeing a tank in the top lane. Like, this entire series, it's been bruisers and I wouldn't say assassins, but, you know, hard carry bruisers in the top lane. You know, we saw Mordekaiser set, we saw Gnar versus Gnar versus Graves, and then we also saw Camille versus Fiora. So this is the first time we're actually seeing like a genuinely now a tank versus tank matchup. We're seeing Zion versus Dr. Mundo. So this is the first wet noodle fight out of the top lane for this entire series. Fourth game in. As a top laner myself, that is new. And I think that both sides have just put so much faith in their top laners. Like, we don't need to put you on tanks. We'll put you on some good carries. And now they're finally like, all right, we're tired of fighting top lane. Let's move it around.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting, though, because for the side of Team Exiles, that's what worked last game, right? It's going top lane, camping, Drive-By Panda, just making his life miserable, just constant 4-man plays towards the enemy top laner, and then just kind of deathballing around the map and going from there. But now, your top laner is a Scion. I mean, you could try, but I feel like you can't really play through Scion as a win condition.
No, he's definitely going to be more of a frontline. I think this is going to be more of a front-to-back. I don't know. With Kaisa Diana, it's a little hard to tell where Blue wants to go. Whether they want to be more front to back or if they want to be huge hard engage comp. But Team Green definitely going for. They're going for kills.
Yeah.
All right, excuse me, not for kills. They're going for the front to back. Excuse me. With the Mundo, they want to sit behind the Mundo. Let the Tristana and the Anivia sit in the back line until they're comfortable for the engage. Definitely no poke comps coming out, which I'm glad to see because, you know, especially with the Varus both the first 2 games, I'm excited to see some more action with this 4th game as well.
Yeah, definitely. I do think Tristana into Kaisa. Tristana is pretty heavily favored early on, and pretty much for the duration of laning phase. I think Tristana definitely has an edge there. You know, we'll see if the supports can make a difference. You know, I'm sure Shax is going to do his best to get the Tristana into the wall as many times as possible. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if we have any early blood down here in the bottom lane. Of course, Shax was critical in snowballing Exiles towards that victory in that previous matchup due to his roaming power on the Poppy there. So, yeah, I mean, it's really just a question for Exiles of where they want to go for these aggressive plays. Because I think it's been pretty clearly demonstrated that trying to go late against Meme Team of Dreams is not going to work out super well due to the fact that their objective control is pretty insane, and their jungler and mid laner are just very good mechanically as well. So
yeah, I don't think the Poppy will get much out of the roaming because, you know, last game, you know, Camille, Fiora, they're going to be fighting constantly, no matter what, because that's just how those champions work. Whereas Mundo Scion, like I said, it's going to be a wet noodle fight. I've played top lane. I've played this matchup so much. They're just going to be kind of just building armor and health until the end of time. I don't think they'll get as much out of the Poppy, at least roaming. So I think this Poppy might stay more towards the bot and mid lane rather than the top lane this game.
Okay. All right, and if that is the case, and Poppy does stay more towards the bottom side of the map, how do you expect this bottom lane to go? Tristana Seraphine, Kai'Sa Poppy.
I think it really depends on whether Matcha can land his skill shots. If Matcha's not able to lock down the Poppy before the Poppy's able to engage, so if he were able to miss all of his abilities, Poppy is just going to jump on you regardless. So Matcha, if he has to have vision of the Poppy, know where the Poppy is, and lock the Poppy down before Poppy's able to jump on Tristana, which, I mean, Tristana still has the ability to W out.
Well, she's against a Poppy, so does she?
Like I said, if the Poppy's able to get on Tristana, the Kai'Sa Poppy wins. Mm-hmm. So it's up to Matcha to mitigate the Poppy in this matchup, I think.
Okay.
This is definitely going to be a support-heavy bot lane. It's going to be up to the mechanics and the ability to fight against each support. Tristana, Kai'Sa, they're probably just going to farm. They'll probably throw some bombs, some Kai'Sa dubbies every now and then, try and get some empowered or the Kai'Sa passive off, but I honestly think that it's going to be a support-heavy decision for the bot lane. Can the Poppy get in? Can the Seraphine stop him? Is I think what's going to come down to.
Okay, yeah, pretty exciting stuff. We've got the Morgana-Diana duo for the mid-jungle of Exiles here once again this game. Going up against Xin Zhao and Nivea. Chobi on the Xin Zhao for the first time this match. Excited to see what he can do with the champion. Do you think...
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
I'm excited to see the Diana and Nivea matchup, actually.
Okay.
Which, I don't know how you feel... How do you feel about that matchup? Because, I mean, we've talked about...
Well,
the top lane wet noodle fight, the bot lane support skill matchup. How do you feel about the mid lane between the Diana and the Anivia?
Well, Anivia has the range advantage, obviously. And generally speaking, I think both of the champions kind of like to just farm early on and scale up. But yeah, I mean, if the Anivia can land some skill shots, then Diana could be in a little bit of trouble here, I think.
Yeah, I will say, you counted me earlier. I want to counter you here right now, because as we saw from last game, that Ira on the Diana actually had a lot of good trades and lane presence. Like I said, as soon as that Lux Q missed, Ira went in and was able to get really good trades onto Duckmark. As soon as that Anivia, I guess Snowball, Ice Ball, whatever you call it, misses, Ira's just going to go in, and he's going to get massive damage on this very, very squishy Anivia. So,
all right.
Once again, Anivia has the range matchup, but also Diana does have the ability to capitalize on any mechanical mistakes that Duckmark makes.
Sure. Diana will certainly have kill pressure as well once she does acquire her ultimate at that level 6 mark. So definitely could swing Iroh's way if he's able to outplay there in mid lane. Do not disagree with you at all there. Will be interesting to see. A good jungler intervention, of course, could also play a significant role in that matchup. Xin Zhao and Morgana, a couple of champions that are quite adept at fighting early on, especially the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I'm gonna check chat here real quick before we load in. See if there's any shenanigans going on between you wonderful people watching. Oh, so they're asking for the predictions. So, for this game, based on this draft, how do you feel about at least this draft? And going in 5 seconds in, what are we gonna see?
They're asking for our predictions or their own predictions. Like they want.
You know what, Newman? I want to hear your prediction.
Okay, well,
I want to hear that first and foremost.
I predict. It's a tough one. I think with the playing through top lane win condition more or less nullified with the Mundo pick, I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Meme Team. You know, it's hard to give them as good odds as maybe we gave them the previous game when we were looking at the potential 3-0 sweep. But I mean, they still seem to be the better squad overall. I expect them to come back strong here after suffering that defeat in game number 3. What do you think, Primus?
I mean, as a top laner myself, Mundo, I just love the new Mundo. I will say, if we're going off skin vantage, now probably one of my favorite skins of this entire game is that corporate Mundo with
so good,
his little Corvette. Ugh, I love to see it so much.
It's very good.
If there's any skin that can win the game nowadays, it's corporate Mundo. I love to see it. I love to see the little Corvette. Other than High Noon Senna with her little horse, you know, with that little speed up. But,
we're going for a little bit of
yeah,
a play here from the Meme Team this time. Aaron, it's the first level 1 that the Meme Team has pulled off so far this series, and Aaron wasn't ready for it. He's going to get first blooded up here in top side kill credit, going over to his lane opponent.
He had a very late reaction to that. Like,
No typing.
Wow. Aaron, very late reaction to that.
Yeah, definitely.
That was very unfortunate.
Does end up going down here. It's well worth it for Meme Team of Dreams. Able to pick up that first blood onto the Mundo. Most of them getting an assist credit on there as well. It's going to feel pretty good.
I will say I would have preferred that first blood going to Tristana. So Dak is in our chat, which I will say I've, you know, in my games with Zach on the previous Team Green, I have seen some games where Tristana has 3-0'd level 1. Tristana with early gold is absolutely scary. So I would have preferred that first blood going onto Tristana, you know, able to do a lot more with that early gold, but now Drive by Panda, you know, able to not only take the Dorn Shield, but also the Ruby Crystal. So he is going to be extra healthy for these early trades in the top lane.
There's a nice root from Matcha, but Poppy was in the bush, which is going to prevent follow-up as Iroh with the level 2, getting a very favorable trade. You were absolutely right there, Primus. Diana coming out ahead early on there in mid lane, as the bot lane doing quite well for Team Exiles as well. This Kaisa Poppy appears to be getting the push early on.
Yeah, I will say, range doesn't always win the mid...
Flash charge! Shax! Looking for it ignited! I think Macho is dead here. One more tick! He's dead! First... Oh, well, it's not first blood because Scion died already, but that's a kill for Poppy.
Yeah, so, young Shax, very good at getting kills on Poppy.
Yeah, no kidding.
He is just doing exceptionally well on this Poppy. Maybe, you know, okay, so potentially if Blue won this, I would say maybe throw a ban that way. Don't give this man Poppy. It might not be good for your health.
He clearly just wants to pick it if it's up. It's his best champion. He's just going to lock that in at every available opportunity. And it seems to be working out, so far at least.
Yeah, evidently chat says we need a soundboard for when I say, as a top laner myself.
That would be perfect. Oh, that's both flashes forced out of the mid jungle of Team Exiles, and that is going to be a kill. Duckmark picks it up onto Iroh. Chobi is not done. He's diving in audaciously onto Nighthawk. One more auto attack, but a nice binding. Nighthawk is able to get away. Xin Zhao no longer having that flash available. Everything was on cooldown. At least that's only one kill picked up by Meme Team in the jungle there, but Team Exiles falling a little bit behind here early on.
Maybe there was a reason that they banned Xin Zhao for the first 3 games.
Oh, really? You think so?
Yeah, that's the problem. I hate to hype up Chobi.
Yeah.
I hate to hype him up, but he's just such a good jungler that you can't really ban the man out. You give him whatever he can get,
I guess you could give him Hecarim, apparently.
I mean, that's the thing. I was so excited to see the Hecarim Sivir, but they didn't really do anything with it.
I was never as sold on the comp as you were. I feel like, you know, Hecarim and Sivir were both trying to go, okay, Shaxx is looking for another charge, and oh my goodness, matcha just evaporated.
It's a very dead Seraphine.
Super dead. The most dead.
Yeah, okay, so Seraphine now, I guess, coming back, do you think that, because now, Team Blue now has the priority on the bot lane, Diana doesn't really have the mid lane push. Do you think they're going to go for this dragon? There still is a lot of vision from the side of green on this dragon. Do you think they're going to go for it anytime soon, or do you think they're just going to wait it out?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bot lane priority is squarely in the hands of Team Exiles, so that's going to make any kind of dragon play for Chovy pretty difficult here. Xin is not the best at taking dragons early on, and okay, we've got a 1v1 here in top lane. Aaron is getting extremely low. Flash, and Mundo gets the solo kill for Drive-By Panda. He is picking up right where he left off in game 2.
I'm just so glad he can use that first blood to his advantage, you know. I was a little worried that, you know, like, all right, we're going to give the first blood to the Mundo, but he's making use of it. He's getting another kill on the Scion.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he is getting pretty low here, but he does have the ultimate. I think he's just trying to bait Aaron in here, maybe?
Yeah, I think Panda will probably just let the wave come out, clear it out, and then probably TP back
he
as well.
Finally pops the Mundo ultimate as Prince is jumping in here. Chovy is also here. He's just going to try and dive onto the Poppy, but Poppy's going to charge him into the wall. There's the W. A little bit surprised Chovy decided to go for the Poppy instead of the Kaisa there, but...
yeah, so some for some in the bot lane. There was an exhaust for the heal.
Okay.
Which I will say, Mundo, Panda hit 6. I believe he burned his ultimate to heal back up. He still has the teleport. Yeah. Hasn't back yet.
Yeah.
So I'm, 6 CS up. So he's still ahead of the Scion for the moment. 2 kills up. Some for some in the bot lane. It's looking pretty even, I guess, across the board, other than the jungle. So Chovy, 36 CS to 22 CS on the Morgana.
Yeah. And he's already sitting on that Iron Spike whip as well, so just blitzing right through his camps there. Morgana does have more to farm right now, but definitely lagging behind Xin Zhao for the time being. Looks like he's moving towards Dragon. I'm not sure if he is aware, but the bottom lane of Team Exiles has gone for a reset here. It looks like a Dragon is going to be started up.
Yeah, they're just going to take the drag here. They're going to clear that ward.
You see a lot of pings coming out from Team Exiles. Looks like they're going to try and walk in here to contest. Dragon is already down to about 50%, but Nighthawk is here. He's going to try and look for the play. He's getting flanked by Duckmark on the Anivia here, but Iroh is going in. He's going to be dropping the engage onto Anivia, but Dragon is getting extremely low here. Is going to get claimed by Xin Zhao. No kills going down in this fight just yet, but Iroh right in the thick of things. Seraphine flashing out, barely staying alive, and it is going to be Chovy picking up the kill. Meanwhile, Mundo into the back line. He is able to pick up a kill of his own onto the Kaisa. Shaxx also going down here. 3 unanswered, plus the Dragon for Meme Team of Dreams.
Yeah, that was huge for Green. They got 3 kills. They got the Dragon. It was looking a little scary for them. Chovy getting a little bit low. You know, he was getting to half health by the Dragon, but they were able to zone out most of the team of Team Blue. Chovy able to take the Dragon. Iroh overextending a little bit, trying to solo everything, but Chovy
That's a nice binding on Chovy. Yeah, Chovy extending. Oh, the blast cone misplays it a little bit there. Launches himself right back into harm's way. Surrounded by all these Team Exiles members, he will eventually go down, and the kill is correctly given over to the Kaisa. Exactly where blue team wants to see that money go, but Panda is still looking for it in mid lane. Sion has his ultimate again. Probably just looking for an avenue to hop on the train and get on out of there, which he will be able to accomplish. But Mundo is handily winning that top lane here, Primus.
I mean, it didn't hurt that he got first blood on the Scion. Yeah. He showed up the lane with a Ruby Crystal over the Scion. And obviously, using it to the best of his ability. Also, Mundo, with the rework, still very strong. I don't think it's been nerfed since it came out. Cat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but From what I've seen, Mundo very strong in the top lane still. So I expected to see that, especially, you know, with an extra kill going over to Drive by Panda. And he's been using it to his advantage, doing very well this game.
Yeah, it is a Scion, right? So Aaron is you know, he's scaling. You know, he'll get there. He'll be a tanky boy, eventually. It will happen.
He'll be chunky boy. Yeah.
Oh yes, just a matter of time. As Shaq's getting rooted up there, but he's pretty much all right.
But so you say that Sion's gonna be chunky boy. Obviously Mundo's gonna be the same, and obviously at this point quicker.
That's true.
Do you think that Sion's going to have a bigger impact on this game rather than the Mundo, at least in terms of teamfight advantage?
Well, it's going to come down to how they play it out, right? I do think that Mundo has the better backline, so that's definitely something to consider, as Manju's getting pretty aggressive down here, but Poppy will be able to dash away with the W, extra move speed, keeping Shaq safe. But yeah, I think Mundo has a little bit more, more tools to work with in terms of what his team can do in a team fight. So, you know, I think it's possible that Sion could have a bigger impact if he plays it better, but...
Yeah, I will agree, although, something to keep in mind. So, as everyone will know, old Mundo, very good at just being unstoppable. New Mundo is actually a little bit more killable in the early game. His resistances aren't the same as the previous iteration. So he's a little bit easier to kill in the early game. His ultimate doesn't do as much, I believe, in terms of healing. So he can't just press R and run through the map.
Yeah.
So, however, Mundo does do more damage now with his E, especially with the core Mundo, the briefcase.
The mental damage inflicted is significant as well with that one.
I just love the corporate Mundo skin.
Oh, Shaq stepping forward for that ward, but he's gonna get locked up by the Seraphine ult with the exhaust coming down as well. Tristana now jumping forward. Manju's with the Tristana ultimate able to clean up the kill there. The Buster shot was more than enough to take out the Poppy, and that is 7-3 now in kills. A 2,500 gold lead, meme team.
I will say I have to call it out. So the previous Team Gold Green bot laner, he's in the chat with us now. Dak, one of his favorite champions is the Tristana. So I know he's having so much fun watching this. I see him in the chat right now. I'm sure he just loves watching Prince.
Yeah.
So far ahead on the Tristana right now.
That was the first kill for Prince just a moment ago. Very exciting stuff. As the top laners continuing to slap each other. Drive-by Panda is down a level now, but he is not intimidated. Continuing to hurl briefcases with very high accuracy. As Poppy...
he's using the... I'm assuming you've played the Hitman games, the briefcase homing.
I haven't, actually.
But, yeah, no, Drive-by Panda feeling his inner Hitman and throwing briefcases with perfect accuracy.
Love to see it.
You'd love to see it.
Oh, yes. Dragon number 2 is alive here, and Mundo does not quite have teleport available. He's also running a little bit low on HP.
I was just going to comment on that. Yeah, so Aaron actually has the DP.
Oh, diving in here. Moonfall does get Matcha, but only the Seraphine was locked up by the Moonfall there. Chovy now diving in for the re-engage. Nice Crescent Guard to build some space. We have the teleport coming down here. Sion has arrived to the play. Mundo can't join just yet. He doesn't have the teleport quite off of cooldown. Sion loading up the big swing there, but it was a little bit too big. He couldn't, he wasn't ready for the damage. Return damage for the stun. Shaq sends that one to the wall. It's a trade of players as Poppy will also fall 2 for 1. That is in favor of, but Prince jumping in is able to get another kill with the extra damage. Seraphine actually is the one to get the last hit, but it's going to be 3 for 1 in favor of the meme team. Jungler is the only man who went down for the side of Team Green, and even without that player...
I don't think that Morgana, of any junglers, I don't think Morgana's going to be able to...
Oh, jumping in, now the wall flash out from Nighthawk, keeping himself alive.
I don't think Morgana's able to steal this away. She doesn't have any dashes, she doesn't have any way to get into the pit.
Right.
Team Green doesn't need a jungler to take this dragon, sadly.
Yeah. They're going to be up 2-0 now in Dragons. They've built up this gold lead to almost 4,000 here, Primus. So Young Shax is looking for it. He wants to try and find one of these plays.
That's the flash.
Gets the flash out of Anivia. That's something.
Yeah, so very strong lead for Green right now. They're up 2 dragons. They're up 6 kills. Once again, still no towers popped.
Shaxx charging under tower very aggressively there. Eats a couple of tower shots for his trouble, but he will be able to walk it out.
Yeah, actually, all the towers, so we're almost at 15 minutes. All the towers are looking very healthy.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think that many plates went down. Mostly just a lot of fighting and dragon control, but not really any towers getting contested on either side.
As Exiles has started up Shelly now, and Nighthawk, none the wiser. Just taking his own red buff off on the other side of the wall there. See if Morgana eventually makes her way over to suss this one out, but it will most likely be too late.
Yeah, it's already gone, so won't be able to contest that. It is a post 14-minute Rift Herald, so they're not going for plates, now they're just going for tower gold.
Yeah, it's still going to provide them some additional map pressure there, and if they are able to get a tower with it, it's going to be a nice little
and red going over to Prince Manjuice, so 15-minute red. They are trying to get this Tristana as big as possible. Chobi putting faith into Prince Manjuice, give him as many tools as he can, and you gotta love the way Noodle fight top lane. They're just smacking each other.
Oh yeah, they're not holding back, that's for sure. You know, just because nobody's dying doesn't mean they're not doing as much damage as they possibly can. They're trying. And they're both getting pretty low,
It is the Iron Solari to the Frozen Gauntlet, so seeing some slows, seeing some burn on either side.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so how do you feel about the itemization on, honestly, anyone on this side? Is there any mythics you see coming out that are, I guess, out of the ordinary, or do you think that are really good picks, at least item-wise? Because I feel like we haven't talked about items, most of the series.
Sure, I mean, everything looks pretty standard here. The Exiles is an interesting champion just because he has such an incredible amount of diversity and the number of options that he can go for. I think the Gore Drinker is fine this game. You're against 3 melee, so the odds of you getting you know, a good chunk of healing from the active are pretty good. You know, it's your primary goal this game as the Exiles also is to just be frontline for your Tristana and Nivea carries. So you know, getting that additional bit of HP, that extra healing for the Exiles, I think is gonna feel pretty good there for Chobi. So I do like the, okay, we got a fight breaking out here. Chobi is in some danger. He's trying to use the Crescent Guard to keep himself alive, but it's not going to work out for him as Mercurial Mars will pick up the kill. I think you might have cursed
him. We were talking about, Chobi's build, and it's like, oh.
Sorry, Chobi.
Chobi too much, and he dies.
Okay, Shaxx finding another charge here into the wall. That's going to be a shutdown onto the Tristana. Huge pick for Team Exiles. Shaxx flashing forward, getting the hammer as well, forcing the flash out of Matcha. The Dark Binding over the wall even connects. They're not going to have enough damage to finish off that Seraphine. But Shaxx right now is playing out of his mind trying to get Team Exiles back in this one.
Yeah, so hypothetically, if Green were to lose this game...
Oh, they want this kill on the Seraphine, too. They haven't given up on this kill yet. We've got a teleport coming down now from Mundo. Mundo wants to try and keep a support alive, but he's going to be too late to the party here, as the charge means Shaxx picks up another kill for himself. Try by Panda. He's walking into all of these Team Exiles players trying to get it done here, but in the end, all it's going to cost him is his own flash, just to get himself out of that, out of danger.
Both summoners, and Seraphine still died, so Blue definitely coming out on top. They get both the summons out of Mundo, and they kill the Seraphine. So,
yeah, don't
Blue
forget the
definitely
shutdown on
not
Tristana,
giving up this game just yet.
Yeah. Huge couple of picks for them. They've brought the gold lead back to within 2,000. We're going to have Dragon number 3 spawning in about 30 seconds here. Tristana, Prince Manjuice, returned to bottom lane here, and he's just wailing into that bot lane tier 1.
Yeah, that's the thing you got to worry about with Tristana. She's just so good at taking towers. You know, with the E, with the attack speed. A tower can go so quick, and we have yet to see first tower gold. We're still, you know, once again at 18 minutes. Haven't seen first tower.
Here's Rift Herald getting dropped in mid lane, and here's the Scion. Here comes the Choo Choo train. Not gonna really connect on anybody, but Drive By Panda is getting extremely low in the middle of all of these Exiles members. Will eventually get shut down. Kill credit going over to Aaron on the Scion, and Rift Herald. Shelly was not able to get the charge down. So that is just kind of a wasted tool for Meme Team, and they're forced to cede
able to
Rip
get the
Control
Rift
as well.
Herald block off, but Prince Major was still able to get first tower gold on the bot tower. While that was going on.
So Tristana able to get some extra gold there, yeah. Dragon getting started up. Meme Team are at a numbers disadvantage. They're still trying to hang around the pick and look for something here, but I think it's unlikely that you're ever really going to get this Dragon as Meme Team. It does reset there, but still claimed pretty comfortably by the Exiles.
Yeah, no, I mean, they had the prio. They denied the Rift Herald, so really good by the side of blue. Prince Major still able to get the first tower gold, so that's why they still have the gold lead. And now they're trying to clear this bot side vision, but...
Oh, Flash Moonfall from Iroh. He's looking for it. He's able to find the kill onto Matcha. Killer Instinct joined the fray. Unfortunately, Mars unable to find himself an assist there, but they do get the binding onto Manjuice. Forced to bring the heal, and now a little bit of extra move speed. Iroh doesn't have the dash available. Takes a tower shot, and Kaisa has the damage. Mars able to find a kill.
Greedy, trying to clear out the Dragon Vision, and they probably didn't expect the side of blue to come back to that Dragon Pit so quickly. They probably expected, they took the Dragon back off, recall. But the thing is, blue side didn't. Team Blue did not recall. They saw the bot side of green in that river and like, all right, we're gonna capitalize on them being caught out. So and that's what they did.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played by Team Exiles, responding appropriately to a Meme Team bottom lane that was overextending a little bit to try and clear out some of that vision. Not respecting the engage power, the Diana-Morgana duo. Morgana's still a little bit behind Chobi here in terms of CS, but still able to find some success in making plays here. Shax is maybe looking for a play on a Chobi. Does have vision on the enemy jungler. Chobi dashing in now. Looking for some damage. The Seraphine root will not connect, and Seraphine just set herself up to get moonfalled once again. Iroh is just heat-seeking for Seraphine this game. Like, the last 3 moonfalls have all been on just Seraphine, and I think they've killed her every single time.
Yeah, just not allowing the Seraphine to do anything is... And because this is also the first time that the Seraphine has been picked this series.
Yeah.
And Matcha not able to do anything with it. So, gold lead even, kills almost even. One drag on this, one drag above the opponent on the side of green, and then 1 kill on the opponent on the side of blue.
Yeah.
So, almost even gold lead. 1 for 1 for towers. This is probably as even as we'll probably get for the rest of the game.
I mean, Primus, you think about it, right? So last game was also extremely close. This game, we're 22 minutes in. It's extremely close. Who won last game? I'm going to leave this with that thought as Drive-By Panda finds himself in a 1v3. He's going to get knocked up here by the Scion. There's really no way out for the Mundo. I hope he pleases to go to the Death Chamber because that's where he's headed, like it or not.
Which green, once again, is really good at capitalizing. So I think Drive-By Panda is used to being the sacrificial lamb. So three people go to...
binding. Connects. Tristana locked up here. Manju's eating some damage. Shax with the wraparound. Gets the charge back into the enemy team. The Seraphine ult finds nobody. But Chobi is getting out a lot of damage here. And that is going to be actually a shutdown. 2 shutdowns going over to the Meme Team. Aaron also had a big old gank wraparound angle. But... he is getting able to find a bird in the passive here as Nivea is going into the egg. And that is going to be a shutdown onto the Seraphine. Aaron just focusing on the Xin Zhao here. But now we got a teleport coming down for the Mundo. Scion finding himself in a 1v2. And Nivea actually respawned out of the egg, flashed into the Raptor's pit and stayed alive. So Duckmark is still on the map here. But Chobi and Panda are all that the Meme Team needs to win out in this 2v2. As Shax does get shut down. They are now trying to make his escape. But it's just so difficult. There are slows for days. Mundo is right up on top of him, and that's going to be another kill going over to Panda. 14-14 now is the kill count, Primus.
Yeah, we might as well just call that ping pong. That was back and forth, back and forth.
Got some tanky boys here.
Green was up.
Takes a while to kill these guys.
Green was up. Now we're tied in kills, and they're still going for more. But everyone's gonna back off. But wow, what an exchange.
Yeah, I mean, that was a long fight for sure. My voice was getting a little bit tired by the end of it.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. You know, good old play-by-play by Newman, who's probably one of our best play-by-play casters. I will say, for the chat.
Oh shucks.
I'd say between you and Ryline, it's pretty close, but you are probably one of my favorite play-by-play casters. So we're at game 4. I gotta hype you up a little bit, my friend.
Well, thank you, man. I do appreciate it. But for now, we can get back to hyping up the teams here, as Dragon number 4 has spawned onto the map. It looks like control over the area is held by the meme team right now. Drive by Panda going for a little bit of an engage here, popping the Mundo ultimate. He's trying to run down this Diana, but the Poppy ultimate will send him far, far away from the Exiles mid laner, as Sion now going in for the engage, is able to find it directly onto the bird, but the bird going golden. Duckmark with a nice Zonya has to buy some time. Does drop the ultimate as well, but he will be shut down here at the start of this one. Chobi now flashing out, trying to keep himself safe. Sion channeling another Q, going for the knockoff drive by Panda. The Mundo right in the thick of things, taking up so much damage and dishing out so much as well. That's a couple of kills going over to the meme team. Tristana rocket jumping over the wall, game forcing forward, gets the reset, going for more onto the arrow, finds it. That's going to be a triple kill for Prince Managers on the Tristana. Nighthawk, the last survivor, is forced to make his way out towards the mid lane. As we already covered it earlier on, Primus Morgana doesn't have a great way of trying to steal these dragons. It's going to be Mountain Soul point for meme team.
Yeah, that was really good play by, honestly, Prince Manjus. Relying on the front to back, but as soon as he had his, I guess, entryway, he was able to dive onto the back line of Team Blue and kill Iroh and then jump back, and that was just beautiful play by Prince Manjus. But also, Drive by Panda tanking 4 members.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't care. I'm Mundo. I'm gonna come in, doing his job. He picked this champion for a reason, to mitigate the damage so that the carries, you know, the Anivia and the Tristana can focus the back line if they, you know, win and if they can. And Tristana definitely did that. That was amazing by both Drive by Panda and Manjus, honestly. And Chobi also in the front line. We cannot discount Chobi. You know, you said he's the MVP of the game. Doing Zinjo things, getting also in the front line, but I have noticed throughout the game, Chobi's been really good about waiting for his cooldowns. So he will go in, he'll use his knockup, he'll dash in, and then he'll kind of wait around, wait for his cooldowns to come back up, because he's not the tankiest person on the team. He only has a Hex Drinker and a Hysterics. He's not, you know, he's not the Mundo, so he's not the one frontline champion, but he is still using the utility, using the abilities from Xin Zhao very great.
Yeah, absolutely. Chobi still able to do his part in creating space for the carries there. Love to see it. I mean, Drive by Panda definitely stealing the spotlight a little bit there with the Mundo shenanigans. But yeah, Chobi's been playing very well in this game here as well. So they do have 3 dragons, as well as that Rift Herald that they did have to their name a little bit earlier on, as the Seraphine ultimate can't find that one either. Chobi does find the wind. It has become lightning, as he's going to force the flash out of Iroh, but it's not enough. The explosive charge is just too much damage. Manju's going to get another kill, but Sion is here. Goes in for the charge, and he's going to get a nice knock up onto 2. How does the rest of this fight look, though? Shaxx is extremely low. He is still alive. It's Anivia who falls. Shaxx will eventually die so with the Morgana. Manju's jumping in there. The Tristana is still alive, just free-firing over the wall here, and that is going to be more than enough damage to allow Meme Team to carry that fight.
And that is the Team Gap ace. You'll love to see it. You know, in LCS that would be the Bud Light ace, but we need a couple more sponsors too.
Yeah,
I mean,
we don't got Bud Light on the
us,
team
I
yet.
would not be upset, but
still waiting for that one.
I mean, I prefer Coors Light over Buzz Light, but anyways, great ace by the side of Green, taking the Baron, reaping their benefits. Now they are 6 kills up. They are 7K up in gold, 3 towers, 2 dragons. Green is taking this game now.
Yeah, they are absolutely in the driver's seat at this point. They have managed to build up approximately a 7K gold lead at this point in the game. We're just able to secure the Baron as well. So, gonna be looking for that push to come through here from Meme Team. They are looking to seal the deal on this one. They want to make it a 3-1. They don't want to hear those silver scrapes. They just want to take their victory and move on to the finals. So we'll see if they're able to accomplish that. Team Exiles.
I will say Newman, chat is hardcore simping for Prince Manjuice.
Yeah,
they are wanting to see him come out on top. I mean,
oh,
8-3 and 10 on Tristana. I mean, he is 600 gold shutdown, looking really good. I feel like at this point, every member of Team Green is looking for the MVP.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just tough to pick one at this point. You know, if they were to win this game, which I mean, it's looking very good for them right now. I guess now, okay. So before we talk about MVP, you asked me early in the series how the team come back. So Newman, my man.
Don't ask.
You're down 3 towers. You're down 6 kills. You're down 2 dragons. How do you come back on the side of blue?
Well.
What tools do they have?
You're definitely not gonna want to give Mundo Mountain Soul, because if that happens, then I don't know. Like it's pretty much just over, right? Like you can't kill Mundo with Mountain Soul. It's just not gonna happen. So they are trying to get some control in the bottom side river right now. But look at this here, Primus. Meme Team say, "Oh, you want the dragon? You want a second mountain dragon? Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, you can have a second mountain dragon for yourself. We're gonna take your base."
Probably go to this top side. Are they gonna take the top side turret as well? Because they still do have Baron minions, so they probably can still burst down this top tower as well.
Yeah, I do like
they're
this.
Just waiting.
I do like this play. You know, when you have Baron buff, it is always good to try and make use of it by pushing lanes and taking towers, as the primary buff is to the minions, of course. As that is going to be Shaxx locked up, and there's the wall as well. Puts up a nice W. Is going to prevent Tristana from doing a whole lot here, as the charge into the wall is good damage. That's Tristana shut down, traded for Poppy, but that's Kai'Sa going down as well. Iroh trying to get this kill onto Seraphine, and will be able to find it, but how's the rest of this fight look? Nighthawk going golden, is able to find some crowd control. Chobi and Panda, the front line here, trying to make it happen for Meme Team, trying to get them across the finish line. Chovy diving behind the top lane tier 3, not going to be able to find a kill onto Morgana, and will end up going down. Now Panda is also solo diving the top lane tier 3, and will be forced to flash out of the enemy base. A little bit sloppy there from Team 3.
That was really good by Nighthawk and Iroh to get as much back from that. It was a 4 for 2. They did lose Inhib in tier 2 top, so Green still coming in on top from that play, but at least for the state of this game, that was really good by the side of blue. They were able to come back and at least kill Green. Now we'll see how much they will get from these death timers. Most of the side of Green is already up, so they won't get any objectives. They won't get any towers from that outside of the kill. The kill gold. So that was a good comeback from blue, but Green still coming out on top. They still took so much from that play, and they just gave up a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Some strong macro coming out of the Meme Team here, rotating around the map very effectively. They did end up giving over several kills there in that fight. And, you know, they are still in a gold lead, but they should be a little bit more careful as we get later on into the game here. You know, comeback possibilities will become more and more plentiful for Team Exiles, potentially.
Yeah, I will say, at least for the side of blue, they have their, at least a lot of the kills, you know, 7 of the kills of 21, you know, 1/3 of the kills have gone to the Kai'Sa, which is where they want those kills. Other than Iroh, they want all the kills onto this Diana and this Kai'Sa. So at least they have a lot of the gold onto their carries. 4 kills and 7 kills going to the Diana and Kai'Sa. So at least, you know, previous to last game, you know, when we had a 3-0 Poppy, I think they now have a lot of the gold that they want, at least from kills, going onto their carries.
Yeah, absolutely. Mars and Iroh are both pretty strong at this point. Iroh 17, Mars closing in on 16. Should probably hit that relatively soon.
Yeah, it's just the problem is a lot of his gold lead is coming from objectives. It's six towers to 1. Like
Yeah.
And with that, you know, the CS lead coming from the top and actually no, I take that back. The CS lead actually is in the favor of the mid and bottom lane. So Diana and Kai'Sa is still very strong. So at any point, blue could turn it around. You know, that lead is, I mean, I have to check the gold charts, but at least on CS and kills, they're doing fairly well for how behind they look based on the gold lead.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Primus. It's gonna be really interesting here to see if Team Exiles can come back. They need to continue to prioritize finding this Tristana. If they can find Tristana at the beginning of the fight, then they should be able to come out on top, especially with the Diana and the Kai'Sa sitting in those positions of power that we were just discussing.
Yeah, and the thing is that they don't, if they don't kill the Tristana, you have a Mundo in your backline. Sion not as versatile as Mundo in getting to the backline. Mundo very good with his movement speed from his ult, able to get to the backline. Sion more of a other than his ultimate, which he just burned.
We had a rocket jump into a wall here. Manju's with the Gale Force now trying to go for an aggressive angle onto Tristana, now flashing as well. So that's all of Tristana's mobility has already been used. Chovy already using the Crescent Guard as well. No way out for the Xin Zhao. He will get claimed by Kai'Sa. And 5v4 on the map for the Exiles.
And Drag is up.
Yeah, Drag is going to be spawning here. Would be the third consecutive Mountain Dragon for the Exiles if they can pick this one up. With numbers in the area, I imagine they should be able to get that pretty much no problem. Everybody's kind of still hanging out in bot lane right now for some reason. But we are moving now towards the Dragon. There's the blast going over the wall. Aaron trying to zone away these enemy players. Dragon is getting shredded and is gone. There's 3-3 in Dragons. Sion going for the ultimate now, but just onto Mundo. Aaron getting pretty low here now. That's the charge into the wall. Mundo getting quite low. There's a decent Seraphine ultimate. Creates some space in the fight. Drive-by Panda is just healing so much. He's still alive. He's hanging on. Iroh is now forced to try and back away, eating a lot of auto attacks from the Tristana, but barely able to stay alive on the Diana as well. So many little health bars. Nobody else is dead. Oh, Shax! Oh, Shax! One more auto attack. Tristana doesn't have jump, I guess. Can't go for it right now. Oh,
I'm sorry, that was illegal.
Oh, yeah, jump forward! The Buster shot.
Mundo should not have lived there. He was just sitting in the middle of 4 members for so long.
He really
he's
was.
Just so big now that it doesn't even matter.
The 4-item Mundo. I wonder who's got the chains on.
Yeah, which can we check who he has the chains on? Is that?
I think there is a way to do it, but unfortunately, I don't know how. I'm hovering over them. It doesn't say from hovering over them.
It's on the I think it's on the Poppy.
Oh, what? Why?
Why would it be on the Poppy? Hovering over Mundo, it says the source is Poppy. Could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm inclined to believe it. You know, okay. Chovy's going in now with the Crescent Guard. That's gonna be a kill onto the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa now is going down to the beginning of this one. Shax is gonna clean up as well. Double kill going over to Panda. Oh, this could be really, really big for Meme Team. Exiles, they were doing so good. They tied up 3-3 Dragons, but now they're down 2 members. We got Manjus jumping forward now on the Tristana. We got Iroh trying to go for the hero play, but it's not gonna happen. Just dives into 5 members of the enemy team and dies. Nighthawk going golden. This is indeed most likely gonna be game here, Primus, as that's gonna be 4 unanswered. Going over to Meme Team. Yeah, just trying to jumping in now. Once again, Aaron is the last survivor. He's trying to get the minion wave here, but Meme Team is not letting him in. A couple more auto attacks. Aaron can't make it happen. He's going in with the silent. Oh, he gets blocked by the Anivia wall. Insult to injury there at the very end of the game. That is going to be Meme Team. The dreams of the memes are coming true, and they will meet Team Yellow in the grand final this Saturday.
It is first place on either side. Team Yellow versus Team Green on Saturday. Wow, what a series. I was expecting a 3-1, and I got a 3-1. I knew that Blue would at least give it a go. I knew that they would give Green
went down
a
fighting.
run for their money, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, Team Exiles definitely went down fighting. Their games 3 and 4 were very, very close. Both of them. This one especially. It was neck and neck for so long, but then Mars and Shax just getting caught out a little bit in the river, and it was just over. When you're 38 minutes into the game, the death timers are just too long.
I definitely think that the Team Exiles was really good at their 4-man grouping that they were not able to do this game. They were looking really good in the early mid game, but I mean honestly, like just the shot calling and the team fighting and the objective control from Green was just too much.
Mundo most damage in the game. That's Drive by Panda. It wasn't even close, actually. He had 10,000 more damage than second place, which actually was the enemy Morgana. Pretty insane from the Mundo this game. I remember multiple fights as well where he was just doing that Mundo thing where you like walk into the entire enemy team and you just like do a bunch of damage to them and don't die.
Well, and
that happened like a bunch of times.
I think the second to last team fight, he just kind of sat there in a 4v1 and he's just like, I'm Mundo. I do as I please. And he still gets out alive.
Yeah.
Like, he's just sitting there for so long against 4 members.
Absolute nastiness.
It was gross. Do we attribute that to the first blood from Mundo?
I mean, not exclusively, but I probably played a factor. Getting off to a good start, being able to stomp the lane like that, obviously set him up in a pretty good position.
So in the wet noodle fight, he showed up with 2 noodles.
Yeah, he had
Scion with only 1.
It wasn't a fair noodle fight. Or like Scion's noodle was al dente, and Mundo's noodle was like sharpened. It was like
he had a sharpened noodle. That's not fair.
Yeah,
you can't do that in a top lane. It's not fair.
It had like a point on it, and he just like stabbed Scion with it over and over.
Basically, I mean, Drive by Panda, Aaron's. I try to say like Aaron's one of the best top laners in the league, but Unstraight, Drive by Panda. I'd say like 3 of the 4 games won the top lane. So crazy by Unstraight. Definitely up for MVP for sure.
Yeah.
We already did the poll.
Yeah, we are. What? Tell me your thoughts first. I want to hear your thoughts, and then tell me what the people are saying in the poll.
So at least with the second game, first off, every single member of Green was playing exceptionally. So like, at least based on the second game, I couldn't give really any MVP. For the first game, Panda and Manjuice, Mordekaiser Ezreal were the MVP of that game.
Sure.
Third game, I'd say at least for sure, second and third game went to Chobi.
Okay.
Maybe into the
third
I would
game
say just
lost,
overall on the objective control, I know it's for sure Chobi. But in terms of map presence and just, I mean, especially with a lot of these games has been come down to team fights. I think Panda really did so well every game with every team fight, doing what he needs to do. Whether it's the Mordekaiser sacrificing himself to get the objective control, whether it's the Mundo doing the most damage in the entire game
by far.
Wasn't as, I guess, strong in the Gnar, but he had probably one of my favorite 2v1s in the series.
Oh, yeah. Are you talking about in bottom lane, where he was like running away, and then he flashed in for the Gnar and got both of them
and still gets out? That
was so good.
It was illegal. That's not allowed. That should not have happened.
Insane, yeah.
So, and actually, I think chat, did they give Panda the...
I think he'd get my vote. I hope they voted for Panda. I think I'd agree with you.
Voted Panda
I would give it to him. Especially after that last game, man, on the Mundo. That sealed the deal, man.
Oh,
It was between him and Chobi, and then the last game happened, and it's like, all right, man.
To be honest, I thought it just of how consistent Prince Manjus was. I thought he
That's fair. Yeah,
deserved at least a shout out.
Yeah, he did very well in the Tristana this game as well. That's true.
Yeah, I think it was between Panda and Manjus, but I mean at this point,
Well, what Twitch chat gets the last word? What they is the poll still running? Or are they done?
I think I missed it, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Panda won. Over?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Panda won.
Right,
I would give it to Panda, honestly.
Let's try and get him in here then.
Yeah, let's get Panda in here.
Which person he is in meme team there?
It should be Unstraight. Let me double check.
That.
Chobi,
Duma, Love and Nightmares, Papa Simp. Which one of these is our player of the series?
I think it might be. I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's Papa Simp. So.
Okay.
I will pull him in.
You have the power. Make it happen.
If I can. Oh, there we go. Alrighty.
What is
I do forget, Discord is different from IGN. Papa Simp, you are Unstraight, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are... Okay, so you're Drive-By Panda in League. I call you Unstraight. You're Papa Simp in...
Yeah.
What would you
Discord.
like us to refer to you as?
Why do you gotta do this to us?
Call me whatever, man.
All right, whatever. Congratulations on your 3-1 victory here in the semifinal over Team Exiles, Team Blue. You have taken them out of the tournament here, and you punched your ticket for the final this Saturday. You're going to be going up against Team Yellow. How are you feeling after this victory?
It was good. I mean, it was a little rough at times, as you guys can probably assume. But our mental's usually pretty good. Like, it's never bad to the point where we just quit. Like, we're always trying type of thing.
That's good.
But honestly, I think we're feeling pretty good going into Saturday.
It's probably one of the few times I'll ask. Let's see the ginger neckbeard. Throw out your webcam.
I can't, man.
It's okay. But yeah, great series as well. I have to agree. Honestly, I think my favorite moment was just you sacrificing yourself as the Mordekaiser as your team takes 2 straight Barons. Taking one for the team. Good for you, my man.
Bro, I felt so useless 90% of those games. Except for that last game.
On the Mordekaiser, you felt useless?
Yes, man. Like, I couldn't fight.
You were doing so much.
Just I mean, okay. And that's Mordekaiser, I guess.
Here's my question for you, whatever. Yeah. So... Did you, when you were in game 1 there on the Mordekaiser, did you and your team know when Team Exiles was sending all of those resources to try and take you out in the side lane there? Like, were you ready for that play? Because it seemed like the rest of your team was on Baron almost immediately. Like, they did not waste any time. So, like, was that planned? Like,
that was kind of the mindset, I'll just sit in the side lane with TP, but in reality, I'm probably not going to TP because they're probably just going to send everybody down anyways.
Yeah,
but
they did, yeah.
And then just try to kill one and die, you know? Like, that's life.
Well, I think most of the time you took one with you and your team just took the objective. So, very worth for Mordekaiser's game. Gnar was a little tough. It seemed like you tried to do as much as you could on the Gnar, but
yeah.
Man, can we talk about that Mundo game? Real quick.
Primus just wants to talk about the Mundo game.
That was gross.
All right, Primus, you got to give him you got to give him more than that. What about the Mundo game? Should we talk about?
Obviously the Mundo rework, amazing. How did you feel? Do you play a lot of Mundo, or is this like something you just kind of picked for?
That was like my 4th time
series?
Mundo.
Wait, you said that's your first time Mundo?
Like 4th.
4th.
They
your
said,
4th time playing Mundo.
Dak said we need a tank. I said, all right, Mundo, Tom Cantor Warren. He's like, Mundo's pretty strong. I said, I bet.
Nice.
And I played Mundo.
Is that
so you just kind of whipped that out?
Well, I got first blood. I kind of stole that, which I probably shouldn't have, but it ended up working out in the end. So
yeah, no, like I said at the beginning, I was like, well, I kind of would have preferred that on Tristana.
Right.
You obviously put it to use. I I wouldn't say that was 100% the reason for you being super strong, but it didn't hurt for you going 10-2-10 on the Mundo. Most damage in the game.
Yeah.
How do you, I mean, did you expect that? Like a, fourth time Mundo? Did you really like even think that was going to happen?
I was surprised when he locked in the Scion, because I think Aaron's like probably the best top laner. Like, Aaron's better than me. Like, I don't even play top really, but Aaron's like so strong. So like last time we played during the season, he played the Mordekaiser set matchup. I played set and he played Mordekaiser into it. So I kind of just like, I was like, oh well, he beat me last time, so I'll just I'll play it into him and see what happens.
So I guess now I have to ask. Now that we've talked about 3 of the games, so the Camille, Fiora.
What? I don't remember that game.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know what we're talking about? Oh, did that game not happen? Is that your
that was probably what I expected the most shenanigans coming out, because Aaron, obviously, like you said, really good top laner, really good mechanics. You're playing another really heavy carry top laner with mechanics, and Camille came out on top, which did happen, but were you a little worried picking, because you did pick the Fiora into the Camille? Was there a reason for that?
I just like that matchup in solo queue, but Aaron's obviously better than 90% of solo queue, so especially with the team, it's just like I got perma-ganked all game, like 3 top all game. It's like this is fun, LOL, XD. Let's chill next,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from my perspective, I don't know if I could speak for Primus as well here or not, but from my perspective, it really seemed like that was maybe the most critical factor, actually, in Game 3 when Team Exiles was able to pick off that win against you guys, as they were able to shut you down up in top lane very effectively with those multi-man plays, like you were just saying there, whatever. So, in that game, obviously it wasn't going the way that you guys wanted, but it was still very close. So I'm a little bit curious if we could hear from you what kind of like the communication was like, because at that point you were 2-0 up in the series, right? So if you're able to close that one out, the series is done right there. But yeah, I just want to hear from you, like what was the morale like? What was the communication like? What was kind of generally your plan of attack? How did top lane fall apart so much in that third game?
You're talking about Game 3? The Fury
yeah, the third game.
The one you completely forgot about.
All right, so this is what happened. So they 3-man top laned. I had Chobi there. Chobi's like, get out, man, we're out. And I went in. I said, don't worry, I'm limit testing. We're up 2-0, it's fine. And then we lost the game after that, so...
Yeah.
It just be like that sometimes,
You just gotta test some limits once in a while.
Yeah, just don't do that, and you win the game.
Fair enough.
But...
Yeah, you limit tested the third game, but still came out with the win in the end. Do you have any shout outs? So, you get the MVP. Chobi, loves to get the MVP and talk some smack.
Yeah, we love Chobi.
Yeah, is there anything you want to say to the haters? You love to see it.
Or do you have anything you want to say to Team Yellow, who you're going to be playing in?
Team Yellow. I don't even know who's on Team Yellow, to be honest. I mean, I have no idea. I'm sure they're decent. Like they won their side, right?
Yeah. I mean, whatever's not worried about it here. He's just gonna pick Mundo and kill everybody.
I guess I'm just a tank one trick now. Just gonna play Scion maybe next time. He seems pretty strong.
Well, I don't know. You played against one of the best top laners in the league and still did pretty well, especially those first 2 games. Definitely something to be proud about. Like, nothing to take away. There's a reason you're MVP, obviously. Played super strong in the Mordekaiser, did a lot of things on the Gnar, and then, of course, that Mundo. I guess you forgot about the Fiora game, which I guess we can bypass. But
what game?
What game? Yeah, right.
Okay, just a second.
We're good.
So Dak was in an Overwatch competitive game during that third game draft.
Of course he
was.
So
he didn't draft for us. So we did whatever we wanted, and that's what happened. So I blame Dak.
That makes sense.
Cringe, cringe, man.
Which, for the chat, Dak is the AD carry for the Plat side of Team Green, and the previous AD carry for Team Gap Green. So we're all going to blame Dak, so it's all his fault for losing the third game.
Makes sense.
So, chat, you heard it first. From Papa Simp /unstraight /Panda.
Yeah.
Pick a name, my friend.
Pick
I'm
one,
sorry.
man. You guys just choose.
I thought he picked whatever already. I thought we were just officially calling him whatever now.
one person that supported you. Yeah, true. Sorry, Matcha.
I know Dak has always been one of my favorite people, but when he gets called out, he gets called out. So.
But when Dak talks during draft, I feel like falling asleep. Like his voice is just like soothing. Like I'm so tired. Like this is 4 hours past my bedtime. I go to bed at 9 o'clock. So like
yeah, I'm pretty sure on the side of
it's
Green, our
melodious
favorite person
voice.
is Dak. So we're here to blame him, but.
Okay.
okay, Dak, chill out, man.
All right, so a lot of love over there in Team Green. Love to hear about it. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us for the interview here. Congratulations again on your victory. Do you have anything else to add here? Whatever.
Yeah, Shadow Blue team. They played really well. They're a good team. I love Arrow. I love Aaron. They're both really good players.
Is it Arrow? I've been calling him Iro. Is that wrong?
Nobody knows how to say his name, so I say Air because it's Arrow. So Arrow.
True.
Okay. I don't know, man.
I will say I'm pretty sure it's
cares,
Iro.
man?
That's how we've at least
Iro?
identified him. He can come out and disagree with us, but
All right, pull him in here real quick. No, just kidding.
one sec.
Yeah, no, shout out to my team. They're decent. They kind of get annoying at times,
Decent.
but that's okay, man.
They're okay.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Win, I guess.
Just win, I guess. Just win the forehead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
they tell
looking
me.
forward to seeing you on Saturday. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I will say, don't forget, for everyone still here, do not forget to tune in to the MVP matchups versus the casters and execs on Friday. I will be casting the other caster to be determined, but I will be here on Friday night, and then we will also be casting the final on Saturday. So looking forward to seeing all of your beautiful faces and keyboards on Friday and Saturday.
I am likely going to be hitting the Rift for that MVP game, so you're not going to be seeing this caster on the Rift too often. You don't want to miss that opportunity. So definitely take advantage of that one, everybody. And like Primus said there, we got our finals is, I believe, at the exact same time, 9 EST, if I'm not mistaken. But that is going to be this Saturday, so definitely stay tuned for that as well. So from myself, from Primus here, from the entire Team Gap production team, thank you guys so much for watching here, and have a wonderful evening.
I can't turn on my cam, by the way. It's blocked in this channel.